Alrighty guys, good morning. Happy fucking Friday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more of Helldivers 2. Experimenting with all the new things that are coming up, or have been put into the game. They've been updated, that have been updated. Fantastic. A lot of fun yesterday. Been enjoying myself. The usual. Good. We're going to take a look at the Reddits here in a bit, see what drama's transpiring on there. There's always something fucking new. Probably means people are kind of bored of the game at this point, which is unfortunate, but that's the way it is. Good. Updated my computer, my stream PC yesterday. Give it a whirl. So maybe get a slightly better performance. I'm still having issues with my Facebook and Kick stream because they're on the same GPU, and it's not working out. It's not working out the way it should. I'm trying to figure that out. That's a work in progress, though. Interesting, guys. Yeah, lots to do in tonight, guys, as far as guns and things to catch up on in game. Yeah. Good morning, Idwin. I see you're late as always. For shame. Been here for an hour. What do you mean? I've been here for an hour. Where do you get 24 minutes from? Where do you get 24 minutes from? I don't see 24 minutes. Good. Well, glad you're having a wonderful morning. Good. Got some coffee brewing here, guys. We'll get the coffee flowing and do some of the dits. Doing some of the dits, guys. Yeah, so as I mentioned, having some issues with Facebook and Kick. Not because of the services. It's something with my graphics card. It might be my PCIe bandwidth. I'm not exactly sure what's doing it because it's all underneath, like well underneath the maxes on the card, and it's still clocking out. It causes a bunch of stuttering. Not entirely sure. The way to figure out if its bandwidth is legitimately putting it into a different slot. Good. Surprisingly, very few people have been using the plasma shotgun, by the way. Plasma shotgun's pretty sweet. We're using it yesterday. Plasma grenade launcher. Using it yesterday. Also running the stuttering, which I'm pretty sure is something they changed. Physics engine. We have a couple things we can try here, though. I wonder if vegetation and rubble density relates to the physics effects on the vegetation. I don't think so. It's just quantity. Let's see. Might be something to do with maybe vegetation density. We might try async. Last time we played, I tried async, and I think it made a performance worse with it on. So I turned it off. I turn this down because it makes everything look sparkly when you turn it up. It's the best way of describing it. Everything's shifting constantly. Because it's on full screen borderless when I Morning Leafo. Happy fucking Friday to you, sir. Shit. Make sure guys follow the TikTok. The only thing that'll ever be on my TikTok is my stream if and when I can stream to the TikToks. Find out if my system is performing on point. I restarted my computer. I don't think that's a problem. I mean, I still have the weird issues with fucking Overwatch. I don't know what's causing that. That's something outside the ordinary. I mean, I've stress tested the shit out of my computer. There's nothing apparently wrong with it. You just get the weird shit. Oh, but we watched the Hardware Unboxed video the other night where he was getting like 200 FPS and like Diff 4 on highest settings. Well, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe there is something wrong with my computer. I don't know exactly what's going on though. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm unsure. We didn't test it yesterday. There's a lot of shit going on here, so... not just performance numbers, but actually just getting back into the game and trying out new stuff that's been nerfed or changed. Was what we were doing yesterday. This gun, by the way, actually pretty good. I haven't tried it against bots, but against bugs, it's actually pretty good. The shitty-ass fucking plasma grenade launcher, yeah, it's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good. I was impressed. I would say it's above average and something you could comfortably, constantly use against bugs. Like, maybe even probably one of the best weapons against bugs right now. Which is weird, because no one's actually fucking using it, so... But no one's using the Ruptor power to be constantly, like, harping about the Ruptor and just using it for fucking weeks, so... Even though it was out for, like, 2 weeks prior, just no one was using it. I used it for a day, and I was like, oh, this is too strong, and then I put it away. And then no one used it. So... Yes, so you need to buy a new computer. I see! Well, I'll save up my life savings again for my next computer. Dude, the fucking moment the 5090 comes out, I'm literally just going to put my 4090 in a box, buy a 5090, sell my 4090 before it depreciates at all, and just literally just get on the fucking fucking plan, the half a kidney plan instead of full kidney. Just to back right in the box, just like slide it right in there, back in the box, put it on eBay, sell that shit. Bam, thank you, ma'am. I used to do that, and then I got a little bit lazy, mainly because hardware depreciates and it was never that expensive. Fucking $1,600 for video cards, insane. Absolutely insane. And it never... I think they went up in price, too. Like, they went up because now, like, there's a ban on AI processors to China, so they buy 4090s and ship them overseas, and then repurpose them. So... Yeah, I don't... Yeah, it's just literally just going back straight in the box. It's going on eBay. Just straight out of the eBay. Not even gonna bother hanging on to that thing. It's too expensive to depreciate. No. I've been lazy when it comes to reselling stuff because I'm like, it doesn't matter that much, right? And then a little bit of value it's gonna lose. It doesn't matter that much. Yeah, fucking 4090 is expensive as fuck. Absolutely insane. Like, they didn't decrease. I was like one of those things I bought my 4090 last spring, right? When I finally, I bought my 7950 X3D, after a 3090, or excuse me, a 13900K, because I was really, really enamored with the X3D cache, and 100% still happy with that purchase, even though I lost money on it. Happy with that purchase. But about 4090, like 8 months later after they launched, and the price was exactly the fucking same. Nothing changed. Absolutely fucking nothing changed. Just more pain and suffering. But I'm gonna get my coffee, guys. 1 second. I'm kind of in a conundrum right now, though, because my PCIe, or excuse me, my capture card needs a PCIe 4.0, excuse me, a 4X slot, not a 4.0, 4X slot. And unfortunately, it's only 2.0, which means there's basically no upgrade path for it in terms of bandwidth, and just pure slots. And in order for me to test out my streaming pass setup, basically my GPU, I need to put it into the slot that it's in, and then move my capture card to another PC. Or not to another PC. To one of the other slots that's lower bandwidth, like 1.0, excuse me, 1X slot. Not a PCIe 1.0, 1X slot. And then see how it functions in that. Huh. Lots of to-doing, guys. Okay. Yep. So, yesterday, guys, we experimented around with some of the guns. The pastel crayon shooter here is a piece of shit. Reddit was not overhyping it. It actually really does suck. It's terrible. It's like a shittier version of the Liberator, and not just in stats. It honestly isn't that great. Maybe if there's like damage fall off, but you can't tell unless you test this shit. No one's gonna fucking test it because it's actually very complicated testing distance, like damage drop off numbers, especially without a shooting range. So basically, this is a shittier version of the Liberator, and it looks like shit too. I mean, I don't know who's doodling with guns over there, but you probably should understand that most people that are playing fucking Helldivers probably are military aficionados in some form, like they like sort of military stuff. And when you start painting your guns like pastels, like it's on like fucking Barbie's dream house, is probably not going in the right direction. I get it, I really do. And you know, even like the orange guns are a little outlandish, but you know, people appreciate the emergency tape, right? But this is starting to get there. I mean, come on now. Like you don't need to feminize firing arms. I mean, you can. There's fucking Hello Kitty versions of fucking guns. They do exist in pink pistols, but I don't think that really fits the demographic that's playing this game. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but yeah, I'm not exactly sure where this paint scheme came from, but it's definitely not where you want to be. If they add Army Painter to the game and everything goes, you know, Kitty Wampus sideways, whatever at that point, but at least trying to maintain some form of military-esque design, I guess you could say. That's putting that aside, the gun itself sucks. So regardless of what it looks like, the gun actually just kind of sucks. So yeah, pastel's not really where you want to be. Not really where you want to be. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong in that. I don't think so, but maybe. We tried the new SMG. This is legitimately just a better version of the Concussion Liberator. I don't know exactly what they're doing with it. Once again, you can't see the damage fall off number, so maybe this is better at longer range. But this, in general, is just a better gun. Like, damage-wise, it's just a better gun than this. It's just better in every way, shape, or form, as far as I can tell. So, and by the way, the one reason that you would want to use this, and there are cases where you'd want to use this, is because it helps if you get overrun by enemies. We talked about this yesterday. I have recommended this gun in the past. It's not something normally you want to use if you have no problems with enemies, but if you are accustomed to constantly getting overwhelmed and you can't keep up with numbers, you could actually have a use case for this. But I guess now is replaced with this. So this is a better version of Liberated Concussive. That basically has a stun effect, or like an interrupt, I guess you could call it. It's not really a stun because it doesn't really last for that any length of time after you stop firing at them. It basically just stops them. So it's an interrupt on what they're doing and stops them from what they're doing. So it's actually very useful if you get overran. Other than that, yeah, this is just a better version of this, and I still wouldn't use either of these two as myself, but that's because I also don't really, like, I prefer just having damage over basically delaying enemies. I also don't use stun grenades, but some people do. We tried the Knight yesterday because I swear to God they increased the fire rate on it. It is still shit. It is still a piece of shit. It loses about half its damage to hair registration issues, so still not usable. We spent a majority of our time yesterday using the plasma grenade launcher, though. This guy, it's actually pretty good. Against bugs, at least. We haven't tried it against robots. It's actually a pretty good gun. Today, we got plenty of things I want to try out. I want to try the Tickler out again, which is this guy. The Tickler, and maybe give a couple other guns a shot. I'll try and see how badly the Ruptor was nerfed, because the Ruptor is very, very good. It needed nerfs in multiple different ways, and I guess they finally did that. So, we'll see how the Ruptor's going. The Diligence, as well, I heard was buffed a bit, but as it turns out, it's still just a shitty, like, shotgun, so why would you use it? Explosive. Why is this under explosives? This doesn't... It fires jet-propelled rounds, but they don't explode. There's no explosive radius to it. Why is this even here? This is like this. It's under the explosive category, but it doesn't explode. Like the incendiary shotgun's more explosive than the Dominator is. Why is this here? I don't know. I know this is technically energy based, but it's definitely explosive. I mean, I guess that would be the plasma gun would too also be explosive. This is, I guess it has rocket-propelled rounds, which technically are actually a thing in real life if you didn't know that. What do they call it? It's this weird fucking pistol. You can occasionally find videos of it on YouTube. But basically, like the jet pistol, I think it was called. Basically, the rounds themselves, instead of basically having a casing with the bullet in it, right, that pops out from the casing itself, the powder is actually in the bullet. And when it fires, basically it lights the powder and then it flies off. Which the added advantage of that over the powder in the casing is basically it allows it speeds up. The further away it is, it speeds up because it allows more time for the powder to burn. And as such, you can have essentially a barrel that is a lot longer, but much more complicated and apparently less accurate. And they only sold it for a limited time. And it's one of those really kind of cool, interesting pieces of military technology that's just kind of out there, just military weird shit. This, however, does not do that. It has damage fall off. If this was like the jet-propelled pistol from real life, once again taking creative inspiration from physics in real life, these rounds, the further away the enemies are, the more damage it would do, which would actually be really fucking cool, right? Imagine that little graph I showed you of the damage drop-off, but instead of dropping off, it'd be going like this. Pretty fucking cool shit, but this is not what they did in the game. Because Piltz did not want to hire me. He's sitting there on his penguin yacht with his in Arctic Circle on his tanning bed right now, and yeah, doesn't want to fire me off. No. Rebalance all of his shit in his game, but he doesn't want to do that. Anyways, could actually be a really cool weapon. It's not. This is technically just really no different than a sniper rifle for the most part. Doesn't really have any of the characteristics of rocket-propelled rounds as it goes, right? Anyways, yeah, we haven't tried out the Diligence. I suspect it's not really going to be better than the fucking Dominator anyways, so There's really almost no reason to try it. And as I mentioned, I don't think people will be happy with snipers till they are literally the AMR, because they're primary weapons. They aren't stratagems, and stratagems are where they become more OP, right? That being said, maybe the AMR should be much more powerful than what it is, too. And perhaps the Ruptor should actually be a stratagem as well. But it's not. I really think this should be reclassified as a stratagem and then fixed. Or they come up with a new one that is a stratagem. Unnerfed. Anyways, there's a lot of cool stuff in here to test out today, guys, or take a look at. We are not doing super in-depth testing. I just plan on playing with it. So, not really, not gonna sit here and fucking make tier lists and shit, because it's boring as fuck. We're already on page 3. We'll try out the Purifier too, try the Verdict. I suspect, in the case that I don't have a grenade launcher pistol, this might become my new primary. But then again, it's competing with the Senator, which is now better because it has a speed loader, so. Yes. Okay. Let's take a look, guys, at the Reddit, see what's bitching about on there, and do the doobly-doos. We're probably not going to podcast today because I'm interested in playing the game. Or, tubing today. Let's see. Oh, fuck me. Did I not? Oh. Oh, no. Well, I missed that. I was too busy fiddling with my streaming setup earlier today. I didn't set up my chats. There we go. Alright. Done and done. Okay. When everything is D tier, nothing is D tier. Ah, is this another people bitching about things not being overpowered enough? When everything is overpowered, nothing is. Yeah, no shit. So when everything is D tier, nothing is D tier? Yeah, no shit. So, if this guy thinks that everything is D tier that is currently the current level of balancing in the game, that means what was ever S tier was that far ahead of every other gun in the game, in which they think, like, that means how OP it was. It was S tier and then everything else is D tier. I mean, there's a lot of guns that kind of fall in, I'd say D tier, if that's basically what we're going to call baseline now. There's a lot of guns that fall into D tier, and S tier being like the fucking Eruptor? Yeah, a little bit out of scope here. Like, if you're saying everything's B tier, nothing is B tier, right? That would make a little bit more sense, but you're saying D tier, which makes you think that everything was S tier. That was OP? Yeah, like, maybe you might consider that being a little bit OP if the baseline is D tier and you're at S tier for OP guns. So what happens when something is okay, like the Eruptor? It's not overpowered, but it's good. It was OP as fucking shit. Since it was used frequently, I nerf it. Yes, when stuff becomes OP, it generally becomes meta. which is the whole reason I started using the Ruptor, is because the first day I tried it for 2 missions, I knew how fucking broken it was on the first day, and then I refused to use it for a week. And then I started using it again because no one touched the gun. I didn't see it. I occasionally saw someone using the Ruptor. So then we used it for like, what, a week and a half? And then all of a sudden, Ruptors are fucking everywhere because it turns out it's literally a fucking rocket shotgun. Yeah, as it turns out, it's not a sniper. It walks like a duck. It quacks like a duck. It's a rocket shotgun. Yeah, as it turns out. And there is no fucking reason to use it as a sniper in the first place. It's probably broken. But once again, we talked about this before. People that want things to OP don't know what they want. They want things to be broken so it's easy, but they don't realize when stuff is easy, they then quit. Or then they try to play at the hardest difficulty in which the easy stuff doesn't work anymore. They bitch about it on Reddit, they get the difficulty lowered, and all of a sudden we don't have a higher difficulty anymore and people quit because the game is easy. It is circular. You can't just make everything easy. The Scorcher is a great weapon. Has been since release. It is pretty fucking good. Huge damage to your recent buff to round speed. Sounds like your type of nerf since it's fun. The fucking plasma shotgun was not nearly as broken as the Ruptor was, putting aside the fact the plasma shotgun kills you when you're within like 5 feet of whatever you're shooting. The plasma shotgun has been a very good go-to, and I haven't advocated for it to getting nerfed. It's probably the tip of where you want the balance scale to be in terms of power, because it was very good. So good that a lot of people don't even fucking use it because it's just boring to use. Plasma shotgun or plasma pistol, plasma assault rifle is very good. The Scorcher is very good. And I'd say that's 100% the top of the damage or the power curve you want for a primary weapon. When you get to stratagems, you can exceed that power curve quite a bit, right? Because there's trade-offs for using it. In the case of primary, you spawn with it. The Ruptor, in the original form it spawned with, like it came into the spawn with, it came into the game, it could be put as a stratagem weapon, and 100% could have been changed to a stratagem weapon, people would have taken it. Guess what? Scorcher Plasma isn't used often, so Excel's purchase doesn't need to be buff instead of nerf. No, that's not the way it works. Plasma isn't used because it's not good, and it's definitely not bad. It's just that it's boring to use. I don't use it because everyone fucking uses it, so I don't want to use it, as it turns out. There's a lot of guns I was using the Dominator prior to getting buffed because it didn't need buffs, because it actually worked pretty well against bugs and big heads and had nice armor pen on it, and then it had higher refire rate than the Slugger. And I was using it extensively because of that, and then it got buffed and I stopped using it. Instead, we picked up the Adjudicator, which a lot of people thought was shit because they're using it like a fucking DMR when it wasn't a DMR. It was it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. It is a heavy assault rifle, as it turns out. It is not actually a duck. Yeah. There's a lot of guns like that in the game. One of which we're using right now is the plasma shotgun, which is a plasma grenade launcher. I guess it's just Joel's way of balancing things, but yeah. But no, the plasma, I'd say the plasma is in a great spot, and like it is definitely good, and I'd say it's the top of where you want things to be balanced. A Ruptor was broken, like it wasn't broken when people started using it, it was broken when it launched, and I talked about it in my launch video. We talked about it when I was using it, and extensively talked about it, and then I talked about why I started using it, which was because no one was using it and didn't get nerfed, and it needed to be nerfed, and if it wasn't nerfed, people were going to complain about it. They started using it, and they started complaining about it because it didn't get nerfed right away. Because people became accustomed to the power level. The power creep was so far ahead with the Ruptor that people then got used to that power curve, which is now the new norm, despite the fact that it was the only weapon that could actually do that. Yeah. When everything's underpowered, this shit ain't fun anymore. When everything's overpowered, this shit ain't fun anymore. You just don't realize it. fucking spider. Ah. It took too long. As I mentioned before, guys, like when that launched, if they didn't fix the Ruptor, people become accustomed to it. And I said even when I stopped using it, that I didn't want to become accustomed to the power level because it's so much. It does basically what the equivalent of 3 weapons. It does the equivalent of 3 weapons all in one, and there's no downsides to it. It needed to be nerfed, and it took them forever to nerf the fucking weapon. Either they need to buff everything to the point of the Ruptor, and then they need to add like 4 more difficulty levels to the game. Which I guess isn't in the playing cards right now because they nerfed the Ruptor. That's a fucking gigantic, well-written page of text that basically no one's going to read, because attention span. Let's see. So this was a lie. Good war bond, no bad weapons, everything S tier. Thanks, Alexis. Pilst! Maybe you should throw me on a team here and help Alexis out. Just saying, man. Just saying. Also, whoever decided to make the new rifle look like pastel colors probably should reassess what firearms look like. Yeah, the pastel colors on the firearm. Maybe in the future if there's skins or something. Sure. When the fucking unicorn piss ponies come out, whatever. At that point, you know, you're fucking making people look like Winnie the Pooh as walks around your game, you know, because basically you just need money. Sure, but perhaps integrity of the company and the game actually kind of matters for a little bit at least. Good to know the devs are picking up Spitz's torch. Spitz was actually, like, he was supposedly, like, he's kind of like the anti-hero sort of thing of Helldivers. Like, a lot of people actually think he did a good job because he tried to tell people to go and make negative reviews to get things changed. Which it did, by the way. By the way, this is also why, in most companies, developers don't even fucking talk to the community, by the way. Just pointing this out. This is why you have your CSRs, which apparently, literally had a meltdown while the whole Sony thing was going on, but this is why you have the CSRs that literally just do all the talking, and the developers never talk. Developers want a poll. Release war bonds monthly or test them before release. People will always say that they want things that are well-made content, but they don't fucking realize that that's not true. That's another thing that's not true. They want fucking content. They want the drip. They want the drip. And obviously part of it being a developer is legitimately making sure that the content is ready when it launches and sticking to timelines, right? But people are going to say, oh, just take your time, we're happy with it. But what you'll see with the play numbers, they go, brrr, like that. Well, basically people are waiting for new content. Literally just start a fucking test server, invite some players, we will test it for free for over 10k hours. I liked what they do with the beta testing with, like, the mechs before the launch, by the way. Steam review hypes. Steam reviews cape hype? Oh, yeah? I mean, you can use it. I'm not going to use that. Basically, it's representing shitting on the company, which I don't agree with at all. But you can do you. As it turns out, good more news. You can do you. I think the PSN controversy was extremely blown out of proportion and basically just hurt Arrowhead, which is probably one of the best companies currently out there, development companies out there. Because Sony's, as it turns out, is not Arrowhead. They're the publisher. But, you know, people can do what they want. People were pointing out the Tenderizer is basically a Liberator when it first got leaked. People will guess it was just placeholder. Like I said, I think one of the best things that they actually did with the game was the beta testing, like the mechs, is like they could just drop the guns in the game, to be perfectly honest. Like put them in a vault or something. Like just randomly sprinkle them throughout the game and see how people play with them when they test them, and then they can get stats on them if they need them. If they don't have playtesters that can do this, which apparently they don't, like they don't have an internal playtest team that can kind of play at a high level, like you could also invite people. Like, I mean, this is, yeah, it's like a test server. You can invite people to a special mission where they get special arms too. So for instance, if you have people that are performing really well, you could give them guns, a certain loadout, and make them take it, right? You could turn this into a game mode, basically is what it comes down to. You could turn a PTR into a game mode, in which people are invited to special covert op missions in which they're given experimental weapons to try them out. And then you can have like a five questionnaire at the end, or something in addition to gathering stats on it. There's a lot of really cool shit you can do with video game development. Ideally, they should have an internal playtest team that can do this, but I guess they don't. Or maybe I'm on the playtest team and I wasn't playing, so... Ah, Joel, you funny guy. Yeah, the Tenderizer is pretty bad. What I do think that the game should reveal in terms of stats for weapons that I won't say are non-negotiable, but I think would be very, very helpful to people understanding weapons, is the damage fall-off graph, which was in PlanSide 2, which we've talked about multiple times. Yesterday we did as well. The damage fall-off graph, like for damage over distance, as well as an actual number for penetration, and like armor penetration number, I think are very, very useful. It's like that's something that basically is a requirement. It's like if you have a gun that does, let's say an RPG that does a certain amount of elemental damage, fire, poison, ice, whatever, you need to be able to see what that extra damage is and how it actually relates. Armor, especially if something does, like in the future, like enemies have shields and you have like an EMP damage that does damage to the shields more so than the arm, like the actual HP, you need to be able to convey that to players. People need to be able to understand how the stats impact each other. And while they grouped up the number, for instance, of explosive damage in addition to the normal damage, the direct damage, right? And they lumped it all in the same number. It would be better if people had more stats. I'd actually say because of this game, you're attracting basically the same types that want to play like EFT, right? And EFT is literally gun porn. A lot of it is just like sitting there and breathing heavily while you're looking at your inventory and clicking the buttons and loading your magazines and getting hot and bothered at the idea you have more armor penetration with certain bullets and shit like that. I'd arguably say this game attracts a very, very similar crowd as EFT does. EFT gives you a shitload of stats, right? Because you kind of need to understand what's actually happening in the game. In this case, the armor pen is very, very important, and it's not explosive damage, it's not direct damage, it's a number that you need to be able to understand. And there's, like, flavor text, which also can apparently be quite wrong, which we've talked about a couple different times. The flavor text of weapons, which also can be quite wrong, is not telling enough. It doesn't tell you enough about the actual weapon itself. And you know, extra, like, there should actually be criteria for extra stats like explosive, concussive, which is actually in the flavor description of the weapon, which doesn't even make sense, instead of in the flavor text where it actually describes the modifiers. Concussive, elemental, if you eventually add elemental, EMP, whatever, right? It also needs to be there, but it's not. Like, you need to have a standardization across your weapons and across how they're conveyed to players so people can understand them better. So the tenderizer, as we mentioned before, and which might actually have, like some weird stats to it, doesn't look that way in the game. Comparably, it looks like shit. Having used it for one match, one round, we played a 40-minute mission with it. It is shit. It is very much shit, and it sucks against the fucking big heads. It sucks against the other units. It's just honestly pretty terrible. In general, just very, very bad. But maybe it's not. Maybe in some way it's not, but you can't tell, so. There's always gonna be complainers, though. They needed well over 10k hours to figure out Dot wasn't underperforming, it was bugged. But yeah, it's kind of weird that they didn't figure out that Dot wasn't doing damage. I didn't even figure out Dot was doing damage, but I always hosted my games, so. Yeah, like I can't figure that one out because I'm always the host, but assumedly they have playtesters that actually just queue into other people's games. Yeah, it says it's literally just going to be a giant page of people saying take more time to do stuff and test it when in actuality they want stuff. I mentioned before that the speed at which they released war bonds I thought was unsustainable because you need to release new and unique weapons that feel and are well balanced. But I'm not against them, like for instance, reducing the formula, or not reducing the formula, changing the formula of the composition of the war bond. It doesn't always need to be guns. You could have a war bond that's mainly clothing or cosmetic items or emotes or something like that. You don't need to have the exact ratio of certain primary weapons. A booster, which I think is going to be increasingly more difficult to actually design a booster that's does anything, to be perfectly honest. Boosters and sidearm, and you know, like there's only so much you can do in a new grenade, and you don't always have either inspiration or something that's ready to go for each war bond every month. But you probably have a combination of multiple different things for each war bond for each month. And I thought they could do that early on, and they didn't. They stuck with the original formula, which is like I don't think it's necessarily you can't do it, it's just more difficult. And I'm not saying that they should stop doing it and instead focus on balance, but rather, you know, if you only have two weapons ready to go, you know, you can't theme it as well, but you probably could actually be able to have you know, like cosmetic items instead or something. I don't know. But taking notes from Riot is definitely one of the first game companies to do video game development 2.0, or as they call it, a live service now. I called it video game development 2.0 when it first started happening. Is basically games as a service, right? On League of Legends does a very good job of it. Although I started up the client yesterday and realized basically the client hasn't fucking changed at all. It is still incredibly fucking difficult to actually parse the stats on units and the characters and how items influence the said characters, and you literally have to go through like 3 different other websites to figure it out. That should not be a thing. Riot is also like fucking also not. They don't always do things perfectly, and not necessarily perfectly. They didn't fix what basically has been broken for a decade, where you can play Heroes of the Storm, and you can see basically level scaling of items and how they, like not the items, the abilities and the different functionality of the abilities, and gives you a good baseline of how they're going to function in the game and how they're going to be modified over time. Very, very important, but League doesn't do that. But I mentioned before, I would be very much, like, this is kind of the shitty thing, by the way, is I'm not actually against them live testing shit, which is also what they're kind of doing right now, where you talk about beta testing something and a limited, you could turn into a game mode. You can also just fucking launch that shit and then tweak it, right? I don't really understand why people get bent out of shape about something that isn't pristine, but can be pristine. Like, you see stuff constantly changing in the game, which is very important, right? So you understand that stuff is always going to be in a state of flux, and it's not going to be this set-in-stone thing. Then you just go through and, you know, play around with stuff, and something gets better, you stop playing, you start playing with that, and something gets worse, you stop playing with that, and you change basically how you're playing the game. There is, like, it seems like there's almost people getting stuck on the whole ideology that things need to be concreted, which, like, Counter-Strike shit, and that's not the way any good game is or where it's going to turn out, because you need to be able to play it for an extended period of time, right? Actually, no, like, I'm gonna change my stance, guys. I'm gonna change my stance. Fucking launch that shit, and let people deal with it, and then fucking change it. And make sure you buff and nerf it. You get a lot more playtest data from live testing than you do from a fucking handful of people, right? So, assuming it makes the best internal QA. Twinbeard is pretty diplomatic. Twinbeard is a professional. By the way, I saw the way that he handled the Sony shit. That's the way people that are professionals do, by the way. Good job, Twinbeard. You're fantastic. Instead of flipping out and becoming hysterical, you just literally just act like it's you smile and wave at the Karens. You smile and wave. Yeah, and then you go drink your beer and bitch about them. PlanetSide 2 has 60 damage types now, most of which are not communicated. No fucking way. Well, that's new. Still not going to play the game, by the way. You can. It's always interesting. It's like hearing about EVE Online. It's like one of those things where like you like looking at it from the outside, but you don't actually want to go and play it. Yeah. Smile and wave. Like, I'm actually kind of curious why people are so against, basically, there's a lot of weapons in the game, by the way, and you could arguably say some of them are just basically broken because they aren't good, like remotely good, right? And some of them were too OP. So, why? Like, I guess this kind of goes hand in hand. Remember we were talking about basically the game having MMR? Experimentally could have MMR, in which you basically are required, you can only play up to a certain, basically your performance. You can only play up to a certain difficulty depending on how well you perform. And as such, it allows basically a lot more statistics and more normalized statistics to be garnered from people that aren't just, the only way they can play Helldive is with the fucking Eruptor. They probably shouldn't be on Helldive in the first place. So, but based on your performance would determine the highest difficulty you could actually go into in the game. So you can't actually play, if you're doing poorly, you can't actually play higher difficulties. The game just won't let you. You can obviously play lower difficulties, but you can't play higher difficulties. So you have the same people, if you have the same fucking people that are literally just sitting here bitching that obviously should not be playing Helldive. I can play Helldive. I've been playing with Adjudicator. Yesterday we went through and played it with, I can play with pretty much any gun at this, not any gun, but a lot of guns. Some make it much more difficult. We played with the fucking poo-poo rifle, and that was very painful, but we could still do it, right? It wasn't like an end-all be-all of the game, but I also play my character like a Swiss Army knife, and I don't just depend on one weapon. But yeah, like, and we tried the railgun. The railgun fucking sucks. The railgun is still fucking terrible. Yeah. For me at max, there's 5 weapons that are usable in Diff 9. There's a lot, so like the assault rifle category you can pretty much use, but they kind of just suck. Like, I wouldn't say they suck, they just aren't very good. Like the Liberator, I would say, is the bare minimum of being able to use a weapon on Helldive, and then you have on Diff 9, and then below it you have all the other weapons. I'd say the Liberator really should be the benchmark of what you can play Helldive on, is a Liberator, right? For a primary weapon. I'd say it has to be a Liberator. It's what you start with in the game. It is the all-rounder, general-purpose assault rifle, right? And then you have guns that are better than it. You know, and there's a decent chunk of those that are better than it, but like you should be able to use Liberator or better. And then you got the weapons below the Liberator, which I would say need to be buffed. Everything below the Liberator needs to be buffed to the Liberator baseline, and the baseline should be Liberator. Yeah. Like the crossbow, I mean, we haven't used a new crossbow after the bots. We have a lot of stuff we have to test out today. Not test, like I'm going to sit there and shoot target dummies or some stupid shit, but just play around with them. But yeah, it's just like, some people really like, just like flipping out about the Ruptor. Some people really should not be playing on Helldive, but they feel entitled to play on Helldive, and they don't want to turn down the fucking difficulty, because what will the friends fucking think about it? Oh, God. Oh, God. Right? What the whole idea behind MMR for difficulty is the fact that basically it removes the ability for people to play stuff at higher difficulties than they should be at, so then they can't complain about it. I mean, they're going to complain about the fact they can't get good, but at the very end of the day, they're going to have to stick with the fact that they're playing on a lower number than everyone else, and then that's their number, right? I don't know. Like, I don't think it's an end-all be-all solution to things, but it is one solution to what's going on here, which is some people really, like, this whole post is legitimately about them launching war bonds and stuff, like, you know, the pastel shooter is definitely a shit assault rifle, but it could have other stats. Once again, I do think that armor pen should be shown and damage drop-off should be shown, and then standardized for weapon modifiers. Weapon modifiers should be standardized more so than they currently are. It's actually 3 things. But besides that, I don't think they're... Like, I originally, like I was saying at the beginning, it's already just changed. It's already just changed. Like, I was against them, originally started out, yeah, they should test it, right? Because that's the obvious right answer, is they should always thoroughly test stuff. But then, obviously, you don't want that because people need the gear drip. Just like fucking Fortnite knew this. They kept releasing shit constantly. Yeah, and they just smile and wave, boys. And they just constantly kept, releasing shit and tweaking shit, right? And... you know, you could make a specialized test mode where you can make it invite only, you can make it a cover op so you could turn it into a game, or you could just fucking launch that shit after trying it out and making sure it doesn't crash stuff and it works all right. You can just launch that shit and then fix it. They're on top of fixing stuff so fast in this game. Why does it matter? It's not like fucking Overwatch where we're stuck with something for fucking 6 months before they finally decide to address the problem, right? 6 to 8 months before they decide to address the problem. The development cycle for this game is so fast. Maybe people are just getting caught up. It's like a fucking soap opera for them. They're so caught up in the right now that they don't realize that this game moves insanely fucking fast. It's one of the reasons I'm still playing it. It moves insanely fast. We even took a break from it compared to other games. So, like, you know, oh my god, the fucking, what was it, the new rocket launcher launched in a broken state, and they poo-pooed about it on the Reddits, but then it was fixed, like, what, a week later? It was fixed. People don't use it because it's actually not that great, but actually I want to try it. People could be using it wrong, though. But, yeah, like, okay. Maybe, I think what they're doing right now is fine, which is as long as they're fixing it and trying to tweak stuff and make it better, I think that is honestly the best answer, is maybe you just launch it the way it is and then just fix it when it's broken. That being said, they don't seem to be agile enough with their fixing department, so, you know, like the sparklers are still sparklers, which they're made fun of, which is the, the fucking, not napalm, what are the fucking sparklers? Molotovs. What are the sparklers, guys? Thermite grenades. There we go. It came to me. The thermite grenades. Like, they basically When I first started using them, I thought they were, like, maybe I was using them wrong. I thought maybe they would pop armor plates. Is one of the things I talked about. So basically popping off leg armor or making holes in the side of things, and then you could use your primary to shoot it, which then got turned into a Reddit post, as most of the stuff that I talk about on the stream does, and then it gets upvoted for 17,000 upvotes. And then we talk about how it's upvoted for 17,000 upvotes, only I have proof of it because it was on my stream, and I highlighted it. Yeah, stuff like that. Sparklers are still kind of worthless, although they could have a place, for instance, if they popped leg armor and created weak points, right? But they don't, so I don't know whether it's not the fact that their team's overloaded or they just didn't come up with the idea. I'm not exactly sure. But there's plenty of stuff in the game that could be buffed and made better, but they aren't really doing it right now, so. Yeah, I mean, you're coming back to the I think this is basically a line in the sand at this point, which is people are bitching they want other people to be able to reload the backpack weapon without having the backpack, which I actually think is a good idea. It's not going to fix them, but I think it'd actually be pretty cool. It also makes a lot of sense, and I think the developers at one point said no, and they drew a line in the sand on that, so. Like, logically, it actually makes a lot of sense. I don't think it's going to fix backpack weapons, by the way, but I think it'd honestly be pretty fucking cool. Regardless, because backpack loading is actually pretty cool in the game. But that's not going to fix back, as you're saying. I haven't used the autocannon. I know there's like one big streamer that just all he uses is the autocannon, so I probably should just try using the autocannon more. But most of the backpack stuff just sucks. It's true. I said one of the ways that they could alleviate that is allowing you to have 2 stratagem weapons. So you could have one on each shoulder. You can have basically 2 different things. You can double fist here, right? Obviously, you can't use them both at the same time, and you'd need to have a stratagem slot to pick it up in the first place. But it would allow you to have more variety and allow you to use things like LMGs without feeling like you don't have something to take care of heavy armor like a Quasar or EATs or something, right? Yeah. Autocannon is an exception, yes it is, and I haven't used it enough to figure out if it needs to be nerfed, but I have seen it's very good. I just haven't used it. I like having variety. I don't just like being a lightning bro and just using the lightning gun the entire time. Lightning bros kind of died out, by the way. I don't know if that's because they didn't nerf it. I guess maybe it's just became shit. I'm not exactly sure, but lightning bros died out for the most part. Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's one of the things we've talked about is basically how you have to use backpacks. When you have a shield pack, like that's what I would go to, by the way, if things get difficult. Let's just go to the shield pack, which I still use for the robots because you need to, because robots are insanely hard compared to the bugs. But when things get tough, you just go back to the shield pack, right? Because the shield pack, as it turns out, is insanely OP. It's not necessarily even the amount of damage it absorbs. It is the fact that it has anti-CC built into it, which is actually insanely good. There's they need to do a massive rethink of put like a separate dev team on rethinking while all this stuff's going on, like just rethinking the entire zeitgeist of how they're balancing out their primaries and their stratagems and what category they should fall into and the pros and cons of each and what they're actually doing with it. Like I mentioned before, the whole people want primaries to be stratagems ideology is dumb, and it's catching on. The Ruptor should have been a stratagem. It was powerful enough to be a stratagem. I would have said it would have comfortably been a stratagem weapon, or especially if one you could use as a specialty primary. So it dropped in the stratagem, but it would replace your primary, which is basically the same thing as having double fisting, by the way. It's another way of double fisting here, is if you had a stratagem weapon you could use as a primary, is double fisting, right? So it's just another way of doing that, but it didn't. It was a primary weapon that was in the game for like a month before they started aggressively nerfing it, and at that point people caught on to using it as basically a shotgun. It's a sniper shotgun, so yeah, I mean they could really fuck with it if they wanted to by making it so you have to ADS, you have to zoom down the scope to use it. Yeah, that's how you could really fuck with people, just take away the hipfire on weapons. I don't know if they want to do that, but that's how you get to the point of hard balancing, is where you take away things like hipfire, because that's arguably how you have to use it. And then you can mess with things like zoom time. Yeah, you can make it take a little bit before you can fire it. After you have to zoom it in, like you have to pull it up, and the pull up time is basically essentially a CC. It amounts to be basically having a crowd control effect applied to your character while you have to basically aim a weapon. Yeah, that's where shit starts getting wild, is when you actually have to make it where you have to use certain aspects of the weapon, which is a way of nerfing it. And I would probably not touch the Ruptor if I had to zoom in with it constantly to fucking use that thing. In its earlier state, that is. It would take too much time. Expending time is a killer. We talked about that with the fucking... the railgun. I used a railgun yesterday for a round. It was... yeah. I tried popping the fucking leg armor off the fucking chargers. I shot the charger with like almost a full charge twice. I don't know if it's bugged or not. But I remember like even after the nerf you could do it faster than that. But I hit the charger with a 90% overcharge. Like all the charge. With the 90% overcharge, like twice, and it didn't pop the leg armor off the fucking thing. Yeah, and that's when we gave up on it. And I shot them multiple times before that, and just, yeah, just no, that is issue. The problem is that you could test the shit for 5 minutes live and see it's fucked. Yeah, like we talked about this before, guys. Like. The weird thing is, game balance isn't the same thing as being a programmer. I know they're one and the same, and a programmer can be someone that game balances. Like, someone could be a lead developer that's also a programmer, for sure. I've programmed before. But they're different skill sets. It's like a programmer is then a graphical artist, right? And some can be graphical artists, but that doesn't mean they're creatives or they're capable of doing it. Development or game design in general is a fusion between, like, logic and creativity, and then mix and mingling them together to get a nice amalgam of shit that's good. And sometimes if you're too logical, you can't necessarily see how something should be balanced properly or the meta picture what's going on. You can just look at it in terms of numbers, and it makes sense to you in that way, but as it turns out, it doesn't make sense in, you know, context or even in a creative fashion. How would Pilt say is like the fantasy of a weapon, right? And then you got creatives over here that think that you can do anything with programming, but in actuality, you know, you're limited in what you can do and what your development team is capable of doing. And, you know, they can't necessarily like put together logically what they're thinking of in their head. They just know that it sounds cool because they saw it in an anime or something, right? Like, there's definitely different jobs at companies for different things, right? And people oftentimes mesh the developer with everything. The developer / programmer is the do-all, but they aren't always necessarily good at it. Wrong texture for the tenderizer. Stats are hilariously low. I don't know what the texture for the tenderizer is. You mean it's pastel? I would agree that the pastels aren't really working for it. Pummeler causing animation stun, so enemies lose half the ability to move at all. No, that's part of the concussion rifle, which definitely does not feel like a feature, so as soon as they fix it, it's probably going to cry it's a nerf. I believe the Liberator Concussive also does that, which there's only 2 guns in the game that are concussive, which is the Liberator Concussive and then this. And content creators / influencers immediately wrote off the Pummeler, or the Concussive Liberator, because of the low stats on it. Despite the fact that I talked about it being useful if you get overwhelmed. Pummeler itself doesn't do that much damage. Purifier's damage profile feels like a Scorcher shot rather than whatever it's supposed to be. Okay. Told me Arrow had more than 10 years of development experience. I think you're lying. You're a dumbass. This guy is fake outrage is all just fake outrage guys on everything. Just makes it seem more and more important than what they're actually talking about. I'd agree the tenderizer damage doesn't seem right. It does tenderize. Maybe that's the joke, is it tenderizes but it doesn't actually kill. One of those things. The Pummeler is a better concussive liberator, but this guy hasn't used it. Hell Tester 710 hasn't used that despite him being Hell Tester 710. Purifier we've not played around with, but we will today. Tenderizer does need... it either needs a buff or it needs to figure out what they want it to be. I'm not exactly sure what the ethos of the gun is, or the story, I guess you could say, the profile. The character of the gun is supposed to be. And I don't think they know, which is why it actually came up with what it was. Remember back when they called us brain dead for using the railgun? I don't remember that. Chargers spawn too frequently and their weak points didn't work as expected. That's not true at all. I think they kind of patted people on the back and told them that they're supposed to shoot the head when in fact that was all about shooting the leg armor off in the first place. And other anti-armor weapons were basically useless. They weren't useless, they just weren't as good. And autocannon I don't think has changed really at all, so... And once again, there's some people that really believe in the autocannon. And autocannon's been in the game since launch. Which probably is more the reason to use it. The railgun, yeah, railgun still sucks. I used it yesterday. Railgun still sucks after they buffed it. I mentioned before, I think one of the ways they could just literally buff the railgun is just making it, but you can charge it a lot faster than you currently can. But even then, like 2 shots to the leg and it didn't pop the armor is pretty ridiculous. Probably the worst gun in the game. I mean, I'd say it not, but I don't, like, I can't think of a worse gun off the top of my head, but I also don't go out of my way to use shit guns, so it's like, we could look at the list here and I probably could find one, but currently I don't. Scythe. There you go. I one-upped you. Scythe is the worst gun in the game. They buffed it by 10%. They buffed the DPS on the Scythe by 10%, and they're like, here, try this out. Yep. Nope, Scythe, I got you. Got you good. Scythe still exists. Bugs and disconnects proliferate every patch. I don't have any problem with bugs or disconnects. This is like I love when people like have this like in their mind like time doesn't move forward, and the game did have a lot of problems with disconnects and bugs, right? But I don't think that's the current state it's in. Features don't work as advertised. Okay. Fake outrage, guys. Just beat that drum. Not inclined to be toward me. There's a very one of the developers flipped out and called someone brain dead. It could have happened. Once again, there's a reason that CSRs are supposed to talk to the community and not the developers. And honestly, it kind of is weird that the developers probably their personal Discord is also the Discord for the game. I hope that's not the case, but it basically allows the developers not to be able to disconnect from the community, which they need to be able to do. Which I think is one of the new things with people like game companies having a Discord. I think their actual, like the Discord for the game, as in what we publicly can use, is actually their normal Discord. So they can't actually separate themselves from the social aspect of it when they should be able to. People celebrated in the beginning when the devs were owning the trolls. They were owning the trolls. So far, most of the screenshots I've seen of people are providing genuine feedback are getting shit on. That's not true at all. Like, we literally... This is a choo-choo train of hate towards the developers. I don't know what this fucking guy's smoking. And yes, they did shit on him. That's why the Charger got nerfed. That's why our Chargers are ninnies now, guys. And why Diff 9 actually got reduced in difficulty multiple times. Because everyone was entitled to play Diff 9. Let's actually just leave this post. We're out of here. We're done with that. It's literally just a bunch of people patting themselves on the back about being bad and then trying to nerf the game so that they can feel better. And I didn't include sidearms. I was thinking of the scythe pistol. I didn't say the scythe pistol. There is also the scythe pistol. But yeah, anyways, the moral of the story here was, guys, at the end of the day, was developers want to release war bonds monthly or test them before release. People are going to bitch about them no matter what, and I think live testing is actually probably one of the best versions of testing, assuming it's in a releasable state. And I would say it is releasable. The only exception to this right now, putting aside stuff that actually crashes people's games or stupid shit like that, is the fucking spear. The spear is still broken. We used it yesterday. I picked it up, tried to lock onto a Bile Titan I picked it off someone else's kit on the ground. I was like, oh, I'm going to use this as fixed. Tried to lock into Bile Titan, it locked down and then unlocked, and then I threw it on the ground again. So the fucking spear is still broken. That, I would say, is basically unusable, because it's not even doing what it's supposed to, and you can't even dumbfire the missiles. But if you could dumbfire it, then it'd actually probably be just really good. There's all sorts of different ways to maneuver dumbfire missile to make up for the fact that it doesn't lock. But yeah, no, people say this, but in actuality, they want content. People are hungry for content constantly. If they don't get content, they quit. They don't quit because they get content, and then all of a sudden, it's not good enough. Then they just come to the forums and bitch about it, but they still played for the content. As a non-Arrowhead developer, I work for Arrowhead devs. Someone just beating a drum trying to draw publicity to themselves. Don't care, fuck off. I don't think it matters, actually. Purifier slaps hard enough. We'll take a look at it. Alexis might need some help. Alexis probably should stop talking to the community before he comes to Frederick. We all know there's the story of Frederick before HR talked to Frederick. I remember Frederick's name, guys. He was like from the first week of the game, in which he told people to get good because they couldn't kill chargers. I remember Frederick. He deleted all of his posts. He literally had to have a walk of shame through the community while everyone's going shame, shame. At the same time, by the way, which is a reference to Game of Thrones. Yeah, Frederick got walked through the... paraded through the community while people were chanting shame, shame for him. So Alexis probably maybe should pump the brakes a little bit before he talks to the Karens, because the Karens get to win because they're the customers. So just gonna throw that out there. And even if you guys go to the pub tonight and you're like, fuck the customers are fucking stupid, you can't say that on Reddit, right? You can't say that in Discord. Yeah. He was right? Who was right? I don't remember. When did you say that, Toxby? Killing chargers was easy. It was skilled, but yes, once you figured it out, you could pop the leg armor and kill. I was fucking doing 360 shit. Well, not 360. Yeah, well, I was doing 360s because I'd always do the spin reload, right? Where I'd pop a leg armor, do spin reload with the fucking railgun, pop it around, shoot another leg armor off, gun it down because you could blow up the charger in one basically magazine from your machine pistol prior to it even hitting you. Yeah, you could. It was a fucking art. It was like dancing. I love that shit. It was fantastic. Yeah, Frederick was right. Frederick was right, but the thing is, Karens don't want to be told they're wrong. They want a refund, and they want to speak to the manager. It has nothing to do with being right. And once again, I think this is part of the problem with Arrowhead is their developers are in direct contact with the community, and they shouldn't be, which people will complain about in the future if that disappears, is, oh, they don't talk to us. They don't talk to you guys because of this shit. Like, the self-awareness of the people that are being talked to right here, the introspection that people have here, the ability to look internally and think about what they're saying and what's going on in the game, is necessarily zero. Case in point is this post, which is developers, like, everyone's going to say, oh, test stuff all the time. Take all the time you want to test and release it. Bravo. Bravo. Oh yeah, we'll be here waiting for you. But in actuality, they won't. They'll just move on to the next game. Because they don't, like, you're literally talking to people that can't think for themselves. That's what's going on here. It's not going to change. You're talking to people that literally have no internal concept of what they're doing or what they're capable of, or will even remember in a week that this threat even existed. So you basing your entire ecosystem around what a couple people are thinking of while they're eating popcorn or maybe some Cheetos, you know, and I know fucking Joel has been sitting up in cannon turrets eating his cheesy doodles over there in Sweden while shooting at me, but there is actually a problem with just like the knee-jerk reactions, and people you're basically talking to could just very well be kids, or they're not going to remember, or like they aren't even that smart to begin with. They just know what they want right now. It sounds good. It sounds good to have a properly tested patch always released, and it'll always be perfect. Like, but it'll never live up to the expectations in people's minds anyways. And at the end of the day, they're going to quit in the meantime. Like, I quit. I went and started playing Overwatch, but I'm a different bird because I'm calling you stupid. If you're watching my stream, you're probably not stupid. I tend to attract people that either get really angry because I'm saying things that make them feel stupid, or you realize that maybe what I'm saying is relatively smart, just doesn't sound good all the time. Yeah, which kids call based now, but as it turns out, people don't like things that are based that disagrees with what they like, so people will say based on something they like and make fun of you and try to cancel you on something that's not something they like, so. Yeah. I mean, I fucking play Overwatch and talk about cheating all the goddamn time, and that definitely does not help my channel out, right? But it is clearly an issue with the game. I can't fucking show you guys how to cheat, but all you have to do is type Overwatch 2 cheats in Google, and then come back here after you go, huh, maybe this is a problem, so. Yeah. People just want to be told things they want to hear. That's basically what this comes down to. People want to hear what they want to hear, but they aren't willing to admit what's actually going to happen, which is it sounds great to have a perfectly balanced patch and release it, but at the same time they're going to quit. So I mentioned before, like where I'm at, one of the reasons that we stopped playing, guys, was not because things were poorly balanced, because they were, but because I only had 2 weapons to use for the most part. I was using everything when it was coming out, but there wasn't enough guns to use for variety. Same thing with stratagems. There's only so many stratagems you can use. A lot of them just suck. The other one is basically Diff 9 got dumbed down. Putting aside streamer difficulty, which I assure you is still a thing in this game, in which they just feed lower difficulty missions to big streamers because they don't want them to quit. Yeah, which kind of goes back to people always wanting easy mode, right? The other one, though, is definitely lack of diversity in the game. Lack of units, lack of interesting things to do, and then the difficulty wasn't high enough. Like I said, before I quit the game, we went and played Overwatch for a week and a half, right? I said that, like, when I was playing bugs, and it legitimately felt like I was just playing, it was just kill racing is what it came down to. We didn't need to be near each other. We were so good at the game, it didn't matter. I was like playing with SEAL Team 6 every game, which might even be their internal playtest team, I don't fucking know. But either way, it was really fucking easy to do. It became boring. Arrowhead, this is a PvE game, not a PvP one. It should be fun above all else. So, this is the ideology, by the way, of cheating. It should be allowed in. So let's first preface this by this is the kind of ideology that people say when they want to cheat in video games. Is it's a single player game. You should be able to cheat in single player games because it doesn't matter, and I agree with that to a certain extent, as long as it's not impacting other people's fun. So let's take this ideology, guys, and apply it to Dark Souls. Dark Souls is a PvE game. Well, I mean, you can PvP in it, but most people do not. Dark Souls is a PvE game, not a PvP one. It should be fun above all else. Do you think Dark Souls would be the same game for everyone? Dark Souls and Dark Souls-esque games would be the same game for everyone else if they were not difficult. Do you guys think that Dark Souls would be just as fun if they were easy? No. No. Throwaway 965783, which is obviously a throwaway account. No. No, they would not throw away 9685783. Because as it turns out, some PvE games are more about being a challenge. This is a challenging game. This isn't fucking COD Zombies. Go fucking play COD Zombies if you want a brain-dead horde game. Don't fucking play goddamn Helldivers and then make it easy mode. Yeah. This is basically, this is a guy that wants it to be easy mode. No. No, this is... there are good weapons in the game. The Eruptor, which everyone's, once again, this is one of the problems with not nerfing the Eruptor right away, was that people got used to the power difficulty. I'm not even going to respond to that. People got used to the power difficulty of the Eruptor, which was insanely high, and now they're crying because it got nerfed. The Plasma Gun, the Scorcher still exists. It didn't get nerfed. You can still use it. No, but people want the Eruptor because it was a lot fucking better than the Plasma Gun. It was a lot better. It was a lot better than everything else. It was fucking goddamn SS tier. The fucking Plasma, the Scorcher, is B tier. It skips 2 tiers, and 3 tiers, actually. It's SS++ modified to the Eruptor. It's not even fucking goddamn close. Not even close. Needed a nerf. Like I said, I'm pretty sure the Scorcher, as far as primary is good, should be the top of... Scorcher should be the top of the power curve. It's pretty good. It has downsides to it, right? And I don't even use it because it's not really... like, there's other guns that are comparable. I'd still say it's probably one of the best or the best gun in the game currently. I'm currently having fun with the plasma grenade launcher, though. So, we'll see where that goes. I don't know if that's OP, but it's interesting to use, at least. You guys are using the Purifier wrong. We haven't touched it yet. Like, I think most people haven't actually bought, like, they don't already have tier 3 weapons, so, like, the posts on people already the second day having Purifier unlocked is literally posts by people that either don't have it unlocked or are really hardcore players in the game. He has posted a new video showcasing that patrol spawn rates are the same regardless of group size. We looked at his, I believe this is the guy from like 2 months ago. He was like kind of like hearsay. It was like a bunch of random stuff that was put together based on inferences and what they witnessed in a very small amount of testing. Which is why like some of it was sounded true and other parts sounded dumb. Or not dumb, wrong. Let's go with wrong. You don't need a spreadsheet to see the balance team has no idea what they're talking about. Is this just literally just going to point out like the handful of attributes in the game? Yeah. Yeah, like all this is like pointing out the attributes, and they already mentioned before. I think it's Pilts said they had like 32 different variables for weapons they can tweak, and they only show you like 5. Yeah, not most, like 95% of the player base, 98% of the player base probably doesn't have it unlocked. And it's not even the weekend, right? It's Friday. So maybe they'll have it at the end of the weekend, but most people definitely do not have it unlocked during the weekday. Most people have jobs, as it turns out. Most people are not streamers and they have jobs. Oh, did I say that? I actually have multiple jobs, so... Yeah, and I'm occasionally on the flip phone discussing my salary with Piltz here to fix his balancing issues in the game. He has to forward me the Excel spreadsheet on the balancing attributes for the weapons, though, so we can work out a test for the game. So, you know, I can get to work on that. But he's talking to my agent right now on we're working out the we're working out the numbers. We'll figure it out eventually, though. But yeah, most people do not have the. That's one of the last guns to unlock, and it's like an 80 metal one to begin with. So people might have the metal saved up for sure, but then they aren't going to have the. You know, you can only imagine they're going to be able to play like maybe an hour or two per night on a weekday. Functioning people are going to only be able to play an hour or two on the weekday. Weekend, for sure, they're going to pound that shit. But... everyone complained about the guns being wild. Those guns have been released since day one. Still doesn't get full ammo for resupplies, borderline control of recoil. Is this after I fucking... This is literally what I was using the night on stream, wasn't it? You fucking piece of shit! Dog shit ass website. Fuck you, you were watching my stream. This is exactly when I was using the night on stream yesterday. Was 22 plus 2 hours from now, guys. That was literally 10 a.m. yesterday. This was fucking before my stream! The night is like the least used weapon in the fucking game. I was using this. I was fucking using this 2 hours from now, yesterday. You fucking piece of shit. This is from my stream. You fucking whore. And it has 6,000 upvotes too. This is from my fucking stream. Oh. No one uses this goddamn gun. I didn't even know it was a weapon in the game until I saw it used twice. I've seen this weapon used twice since launch. And the second time... The first time, I didn't even know what it fucking was. And the second time was after I didn't know. The first time I saw this weapon in the game, I thought someone either dropped a dev rifle or hacked the game. I didn't even know this was a pre-order bonus. The second time was after I owned the weapon. I've seen this weapon combined 2 times in my 300 hours of playing this game. I've seen it used 2 times. Yes, not counting the times that I've used it. There's no fucking way that this post is from anyone that wasn't watching my stream. No fucking shit! The fuck is this? And I literally talk about the hair registration issues with the gun. It's not the uncontrollable recoil, it's the hair registration issues. Even when the dot is on the target, it doesn't do as much damage as it should. We talked about that multiple times. This gun has, and all the guns in the game, by the way, that are fast firing have problems with hair registration. Most engines have problems with hair registration with fast firing weapons. That's not unheard of. This goes to show you, you generally can't tell. It's like right around 600 RPMs, it really just does, it's like, it's noise in their numbers, but when you start getting up there on damage, you could literally test this. You could easily test this to make sure it's not recoil if you're a developer, but the engine 100% has issues with recoil, or not recoil, hit registration. It does about the same amount of damage effectively as a Liberator, less than that, effectively as a Liberator. Even though it fires 2 times as fast and it has almost 2 times the DPS. The old Liberator, the new Liberator has buffed the damage on it, so maybe it's not 2 times anymore. But either way, it is one of the highest DPS guns in the game. But it doesn't deal that damage to enemies because it is it has hit registration issues. And I think that in and of itself, and some developers will fix this by either increasing the damage and just not telling you, so it makes up for the missing damage numbers. But then sometimes you get people that register all their shots properly, and it just does a shitload of damage. And there's others which will, for instance, lower the refire rate of the weapon, and then just visually make it look. I've actually, back when I was working with Tribes, for instance, way back in the day, I was working with the mod team for Tribes 2. Way back in the day. We did all sorts of cool fucking shit, and we were making a mod. And one of the things we had, like, people at the time were enamored with anime, obviously, because we were young. We're enamored with Gundam, and one of the developers decided to put in mech miniguns, right? And you remember, you guys ever watch Gundam Wing? You know where they had the fucking miniguns, only they had like 4 of them, right? They had like 4 different miniguns, where they're like just firing 4 miniguns at the same time. Stupid shit like that, right? But what would actually happen was when you actually made it fire super fast, somewhere around the fire rate of the guns itself, it would literally make the server chug. Like, the server would literally just start shitting itself. Yeah. Which is absurd and funny all at the same time, but basically 4 miniguns. Miniguns themselves fire insanely fast. They're like 6,000 rounds per minute. A real minigun in real life, not a video game minigun, will fight around 6,000 rounds a minute. They weren't firing anywhere faster than there. It was literally around 13. It's like almost the same RPM, if I remember right, as this thing, right? But there's 4 of them. And what we ended up doing was we reduced the fire rate by 4x, only the visual looked like you were firing 4 times faster. So we fixed the server lag by artificially, which also was a hit registration issue, but artificially reducing the number of rounds it actually fired, but visually would look like it fired more. It just increased the damage per bullet, is basically what it comes down to. But it looked like it just fired faster. Yeah. But it's probably one of the earliest examples I have of games not tolerating fast-firing weapons and game engines. And obviously things have improved, but even, like, this was a problem when I was playing PUBG when it first came out, when I was using the fast-fire guns, and it definitely had issues with fast-firing weapons in that game. With anything above about 800 RPMs, you just lose bullets to the nether. They just disappear. This gun has issues with the bullets disappearing into the nether. It's not hipfire. This guy, this fucker that watched my stream, doesn't understand what hit registration is, and decided to say it was hipfire. This is not hipfire, you piece of shit. This is hit registration problem. This is a hit registration problem. Just because you do not understand what I talk about on my stream doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and you misconstrue it into something fucking else. You piece of shit. Yeah, this gun, by the way, almost no one knows it exists, by the way. Yeah, no, this is, you can 100% control the recoil, you just pull down. As it turns out, it's not that hard. It pulls up pretty strongly, you just pull down. It's not that bad. But either way, this gun has issues with... This gun has fucking issues. Huh, weird. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. I don't care how far they downvote me into oblivion. I'm 100% gonna post that. This is from my stream. That's fucking from my stream, you piece of shit. Fuck you, dog ass piece of shit. What was this guy's name? Dog shit ass website. Yeah, fuck you, dog ass shit website. I gotta take a piss, guys, and wash my coffee cup. found your post. Yeah, fuck you. Like, the weird thing is, I've mentioned this before, guys, if I actually posted what I talk about on my stream to Reddit, it just wouldn't get upvoted because I'm a streamer. But there are clearly people that watch my stream and almost verbatim copy my shit. And this isn't the first game, it's also happened in Dead by Daylight, and to a limited extent back in Overwatch 1. Dead by Daylight, much more common. This is probably the most common I've seen my shit reposted to fucking Reddit, though, out of any of the games I've streamed. Like, literally, I just came back to the game. I use this game literally 2 hours from now, yesterday. Yeah, so 24 hours ago, 10 a.m. my time, I used this gun on stream for a mission, and I talked about why it still sucks. And once again, I've seen this gun twice since launch. And all of a sudden, this post pops up. What a coincidence, right? What a fucking coincidence. Crazy. Honestly, I'd just rather have people watch my stream, but Jesus Christ. Good fucking shit, guys. By the way, SMGs should be more fast-firing guns in general. We talked about this. I don't know what's going on with the developer right now in their SMG category, which is basically assault rifles. They have the model of SMGs, but they're essentially assault rifles. Like, one of the most... We talked about this yesterday, but one of the most iconic SMGs being an UMP, right? But an UMP has unique qualities to it, UMP being a 45 caliber SMG. It has unique qualities to it, which I don't think translate to the game, and despite the fact that they don't expose their 32 variable spreadsheet, probably doesn't have that many differences between the two. Once again, Pilsy, talk to my agent. We nailed on a contract price here for me, a commission, and get my personal jet to Sweden so I can go back and forth and take care of my businesses over here. We could go back and forth a little bit, and split things up. I can come and have some live quality development time with Alexis. And get some of these guns ironed out. Maybe visit you on your private yacht, your penguin yacht. I know you have a penguin yacht in the Arctic where you just sit out there on a lawn chair, just reading your Reddits while basking in the sun with penguins. What else would they have in Sweden besides a yacht with penguins on it? I don't know. Emperor penguins. But yeah, like, it's kind of weird how, like, slower firing SMGs do not factor in. You could have slower firing assault rifles, right? But they don't really make sense in terms of SMGs, mainly because SMGs have smaller caliber rounds, which generally they make up for them being smaller caliber with faster firing, right? Like 9mm. The go-to for almost every single SMG in existence is 9mm, but some have like MP5, which can be chambered in 10mm, and then they do weird shit like 45, and then you have the armor pen ones like 5.7, and it's 4.6, 5.7 being P90, 4.6 being the MP7, but even like an MP9 is 9mm, right? There's all different sorts of iconic guns that do kind of quirky and weird things, but most of them are 9mm. And like an Uzi is 9mm, right? But for some strange reason, they have new assault rifles that are SMGs. And I'm not exactly sure why. Like, you could make an SMG that fires like 5.56s. That would be insane. I wonder if there is one, actually. Like, 5.56mm SMG. Why are there no submachine guns which can fire 5.56 or 7.62? It's actually a Reddit post. And by the way, there is actually a Quora. There is actually, they call them carbines, right? A carbine is like a cut-down assault rifle that does exactly that, where you have like a minimal stock on it, or a covert ops variant of an assault rifle, because you need to have the longer barrel for shots. But mainly it becomes completely uncontrollable because of the recoil. We have here... Yeah, basically anything they're trying to market as a 5.56 SMG is basically a carbine. Small assault rifle. MP5 chambered in 5.56. I mean, that would be kind of exciting. I'm not going to watch it on stream. Most of the stuff here with 5.56 SMGs is basically video games. But most of the stuff where you see something like, let's see if I can find one. Like an SMG that's chambered in 5.56 is essentially carbine. Like this guy here, or this guy. Either way, it's kind of weird that they basically have assault rifles, which are SMGs in the game, but that's kind of, walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. It's actually an assault rifle, but it looks like an SMG. Walks like an assault rifle, looks like an assault rifle. It is an assault rifle, but it looks like an SMG. There's basically 2 of them in the game now. And then the one that isn't is the Knight, and it doesn't function well. Fucking 2 hours, guys. This is literally when I was fucking around with this thing in game. 2 fucking hours. They do not playtest proof. I'd actually kind of... It sometimes feels that way. I don't want to beg on them, but... I mean, okay. You could definitely have guns. The grenade launch pistol doesn't get full ammo back from ammo box, for instance. So no, this is wrong. It has 6,000 upvotes, by the way. They can 100% make guns that don't get full resupply from ammo packs if they want to. Ice cleat boots from the new armor don't work in ice. That would have been kind of neat. Yeah, but that would have been an armor effect, not just a cosmetic pay-to-win thing that now has 12,000 upvotes. I mean, it would have been kind of neat, but then it also would have been pay-to-win. Holy fuck, guys. We've been talking in this podcast for 2 hours. I literally just planned on going over this. I said we aren't going to do the tubes or anything, and we're just going to play the game. Pummeler nerf incoming. We'll take a peek at it. Probably. Things that are overbuffed should be nerfed, guys. Things that are underpowered should be buffed. The new SMG can stunlock stalkers. Ruh-roh, Scoobs. Oh, stalkers. I thought they were Biotines. Yep. Pretty sure the concussive rounds can do that, or the concussive rifle. Maybe we should test that. And see if the concussive rounds on the original Liberator are as strong as the ones on the new... Old version. This can't be new. This is about the shit gun. Yeah, about the pastel rifle. Once again, I think what they really should include is there should be an armor penetration value, and then there should also be a damage drop-off graph. I think that's incredibly important. And I don't care if you steal from PlanetSide 2, it's actually really, really good. Every game should have that. I think PlanetSide 2 is not the only game that has it, but it's the one I can remember, so... I think Battlefield might have it, too? A Battlefield? Oh, I think Tarkov has it, too. Not in-game, but on websites I've definitely remember seeing it. It's a good idea. Okay. Let's move on, guys. We actually want to play the game. I want to play the game here, so... not talk about the Dunning-Krugers on fucking Reddit. I want to play the fucking game. But Dunning-Krugers with pitchforks and torches are very destructive. Yep. Maybe, Pils, you might want to talk to HR and maybe get an armed escort for, what was the guy's name? Alexander? Alexis. get an armed escort for Alexis, and then also have him delete his social media. Just to preempt that. Like I said, I think part of the problem, though, is that their personal Discord for their employees is probably the Discord that they actually use, and I hope internally they don't encourage their employees to actually engage on the Discord, because I think it's actually stupid. Put people in a toxic environment like that. Not that feedback is not important, because it is, but it should be filtered. So won't get shit on constantly. Because as it turns out, it kind of hurts when you're shit on constantly. That's also why most game companies don't directly talk to their community. So, Arrowhead is learning. Alright, we got a bunch of stuff to mess around with today, guys. I took too much time in the podcast, too. We're having performance issues, too. I want to see what it might be doing that. First, let's try the concussive rifle out. Because I'm pretty sure it basically has the same stun effect as the SMG, but we'll find out. I ate too many gummy cola. So, are the gummies that are cola, or are they cola that tastes like gummies? Both could be good. Arguably Mountain Dew flavor, like Voltage, tastes like gummies. Also, I'm sorry, and you just learned an important life lesson, Martian. So. Try this. Someone on Reddit, obviously, that probably could never be wrong, said this probably does something, but I don't think it's PhysX, so it doesn't matter. PhysX is a type of physics API. It's not the only physics engine in existence. Ah! Yeah, those are pretty good. They can be decent, especially if they're the kind that make you like you're a little bit fizzy. Definitely. Also, you learned why not to eat a giant bag of cola gummies. That's why I've actually, like, I used to eat, like, big bags of gummies, right? You're like, oh, I'll just save them for later. No, you don't save them. I always buy the small bags, because you'll just eat the whole thing anyways, so. Take it as a life lesson, guys. You'll eat the fucking whole bag anyways, so just buy the small bag. Let's see. Fuck Bay? We can go to Fuck Bay. Oh, Fuck Bay. Actually, were we at Fuck Bay yesterday? Oh, we're on Paddington here. And Akbar. Akbar, Paddington, and let's go to Fuck Bay. Everything on the dark side. Ah, raise the flag. Gotta do this. High acid evacuation's boring. I want to do raise the flag. I want to do raise the flag.
Initiating FTL jump to the
Worth
Fact Bay system.
I don't know what helps with a bunch of sugar intake. I think one of the things that can help with it is water. Maybe some bread and water. You're probably getting a sour stomach from it too.
FTL jump successful.
Water helps with digestion in general, as well as your kidneys for filtering shit out. Always drink your water. Also, by the way, when you have a shitload of sugar, water helps you process the sugar. It's not, by the way, it won't cure diabetes or anything like that, so don't take it that way. But you always end up really thirsty after eating a lot of sugar. Like, legitimately, if I have, like, a bag of gummy worms, I'll have, like, 2 glasses of water, after, like 24 ounces of water afterwards. And normally, it's an in and out system, but if you have water after that, you'll notice that you just don't piss it out right away. Which means your body's processing it.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
We have to try the new gun, see what the kids are bitching about. We got to get on top of the pummeler because Reddit's talking about it already, so I need to know what the Reddit's bitching about. So we'll probably do that maybe after this one.
Always good to have another.
I can't see your Z. What the fuck is going on here, man?
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Bro, I can't spam my C or Z. So, this gun kind of sucks, but the offset is... It has... Caution effect, so... Take fire... Ah, let's do the... Also do the guard dog. We did it in the last round yesterday. And I'm pretty sure it still has the same problems with ammo consumption, but we'll see. Just runs out of ammo too fast. And constantly reloads. Basically, the magazine on the salt dog, as well as the ammo in your reserves, is too low. They could offset it with damage or range if they wanted to.
Launch initiated.
But they did not. Once again, Pills, you gotta get in negotiations with my agent here, you know, and we'll get things figured out so I can help Joel out with his game. You know, make things work out here. I'm pretty sure even if I balance things perfectly, Reddit would still flip out, so. The only way to win is not to play the game. Wait, what? Alright, we got a poo-poo tree here somewhere.
Looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
I do like, by the way, I haven't used this gun since, stop that. Since I first started the game, because I still have an auto flashlight on. Hey, bud.
Calling down a sentry.
Boop. He's going sleepy sleep.
Marking location. Cancel that.
Got the poo-poo tree.
Bug hole. Southeast. 100 meters.
Daka 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 daka. Daka daka daka. Ow. Down to fucking...
Get some! Get some! Calling in reinforcements! New man! Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. Democracy!
Bro.
Ready to liberate.
Reinforcing.
Okay. I am nowhere close to my loot now.
Democracy has landed.
Kids find that shit funny. I know that's when the game fucking devolves into fuckers literally just drop pounding each other constantly. I've done enough of that when I was younger to know what it turns into, so. We'll assume it was a mistake. Alright, let's see. Still easy. Dead? Ah. So my AR dog, by the way, is already down to quarter ammo.
Say hello to democracy!
I don't know if we're gonna find stalkers in here, by the way. Oh, you bitch! We're dead. Yeah.
Calling in reinforcements.
You get down, Mr. President, man. Also, let's do that. Here.
Heavy, northwest, close.
Guys.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh my god! He's dead now. Alright.
Another one bites the dust. Requesting orbital strike. Calling in reinforcements.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Bye.
Dropping a pin. Northwest, 100 meters.
Requesting air support.
Unleashing democracy.
Wish I could feed my AR dog ammo. Wait, I thought it was almost at. Oh, it is almost at ammo. The ammo indicator's still fucked up on it, by the way. We do need more ammo for it.
Bug outpost. Reloading.
I'm stuck. Okay. Thanks, dude.
Reinforcing.
By the way, from the looks of it, turning down, or changing my CPU for PhysX, my
On the way.
device for PhysX from my GPU to my CPU has changed nothing, as I thought.
Point me to the enemy.
Turns out Reddit was wrong.
Rare sample acquired.
Weird. Good. Alright, can we find ammo boxes? And that. It still doesn't get ammo from the boxes on the ground. No way. The fucking AR dog still doesn't get ammo from the boxes on the ground. This is a bug that was in the game a while ago. It still exists. There's a thief right there. There's also a poo-poo tree over there. A poo-poo tree or is it a shrieker nest? It's a poo-poo tree. It doesn't pick up ammo from the boxes on the ground. Yeah, Pills, if you want to talk to my agent, remember that private jet. We need to have at least one flight every other week on the private jet.
Tagging map, southwest, 200 meters. Sending in an eagle.
Tactical asset near.
Yeah, so when you pick up ammo, it does not refill the ammo on the AR dog. It is disheartening. It has ammo issues to begin with. Basically, it's useless till I can buy another one in 40 seconds.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Package acquired.
Explosive.
Dropping package.
Tagging location, northeast.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Requesting orbital strike.
Laser? Okay. Rip.
Package, dropping package.
Alright, if these guys want to do this, we're going to leave. To the gen. I don't even know if this gets ammo from resupplies. Let's find out. Drop this over here by teammates.
Throwing supply beacon.
Well, you could actually be curious. You could make a distribution of players that are accomplishing like different difficulties, like they do for ELO ratings, and see what full fucking volt in that. Oh,
Supplies.
so the AR dog gets ammo from the resupplies, but not from ground ammo.
Marking location.
That's unfortunate.
Requesting air support.
Sub-objective in your vicinity.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Nothing here, bro.
Engaging terminal. Package
They
acquired.
just fucking
Dropping
spinning and
package.
waiting, dude. There's nothing here.
Sample collected. Dropping package
Got him.
acquired. I got the terminal.
Kind of curious. Like, that'd be actually, like, if you want to set up a good balancing metric, like toggling, like tackling, like, let's say, what it looks like for League of Legends, right? So League of Legends has different tiers for different percentages of the player base are split up over different tiers. And you can figure out what percentage of players you want to accomplish what, and then balance based around that too. Which is kind of like a reverse version of MMR that I was talking about.
Requesting air support.
Bug tunnel breach. Requesting sentry. I'm on it.
Oh. They have not finished the siege, guys. Let's go back.
15 minutes remaining.
Ending in an eagle.
Administering freedom.
Have a taste of democracy.
Oh, so it does stun him. I don't know if it stuns Stalker. This, not only does it stun, this has huge knockback on it. I don't know when they changed that. Like, the SMG stuns him, but it doesn't knock him back this much. Don't kill me. Don't kill me, fucking mortar.
Close. Heavy. Southeast.
Got a sample.
On my position.
Garbage.
Package acquired.
Don't put the smoke in. Don't do it, Joe.
Calling in orbital strike.
Don't do it. Don't put the smoke round in.
Acquired. Dropping package.
Don't fucking put the smoke in. I have an explosive, you oh my god.
I got the terminal.
These are the kind of people that go to Reddit and bitch when their Ruptor gets nerfed, so. Okay. Rearm.
Requesting air support.
Calling in orbital strike.
A lot of things stuck on hilltops.
Mag's empty.
Sub-objective nearby.
Yeah, not only is the concussive force on this thing as strong as SMG, but people are now talking about being OP on Reddit. Oh, we're dead. Interrupted my medkit. Very annoying.
Reinforcements on the way.
Democracy has landed.
Oh. Average FPS on this planet, by the way, is higher than normal, but I think that's once again lack of vegetation. There's only like little small plants that can react to the vegetation, where the other planets we were on yesterday had a shitload of vegetation.
Fire in the hole!
Bitch. He needs to fuck off with his grenade launcher.
Northwest, 50 meters.
Ow. Let's see. Not only can I not fucking run, guys, but apparently sandstorms do not affect bugs the same way they affect me, which is really fucking annoying. I know there's a fucking bug hole there. We had a teammate there earlier.
Dropping a pin.
Shit fucking here too.
100 meters.
Freedom forever!
God.
Boom, target down.
I need to get away from my teammate so he doesn't kill me and so I can kill things and get my back. Pretty good. Oh, yeah, so people are saying the SMG needs to be nerfed now, but the gun that basically a lot of influencers shit on, which is the concussive rifle, basically has a more powerful effect that the SMG has right now, which is the interrupt. But in addition to the interrupt... Oh, these two holes? It inadvertently does the holes because it goes to the bugs at the holes. Huh. It's not going to the holes, by the way. It's going to the bugs coming out of the holes. Yeah. Let's go to the other one.
Package acquired.
Calling down supplies!
Yeah. So I thought, huh, is it only the new SMG that,
Load of democracy!
stunlocks stalkers? No.
Supplies.
Bro, fuck off. That's the same fucking guy that team fires constantly. Fuck away from me. Red Maze is a green guy. He's a blue.
Tagging map. East. Tagging light required.
Nighty night.
Tagging map. East. 300 meters.
Yeah, this has, not only does it have the same concussive effect as the SMG, it has more knockback on it too.
Smoke outpost.
Even more powerful
Sending in an eagle.
in that regard. And no, the new SMG doesn't need a nerf, but it's just being dumb.
Mag's empty!
On tunnel breach.
Requesting air support!
Everyone forgot that the Liberator concussive existed. Not very effective at killing stuff, but it'll stop people from basically surrounding you and killing you, so. I guess, depending on your priorities.
Mag's empty!
Hey, bud. Like, the knockback on this thing's fucking insane. This reminds me of the Punisher. And we're out of ammo for my air dog again. We just reloaded it on the side over here.
Requesting orbital strike. Sending in an eagle.
Delivering payload.
Oh! I just about died. Why can't I stand up? I just about died. I'm about to die. I am dead.
Reinforcing.
By the way, drinking a bunch of water, if you have like, if you had way too much sugar, drinking a bunch of water would probably just be a recipe to like vomit. If you have way, like, drinking a shitload of water. When I was talking about that, I wasn't.
Package acquired.
I didn't mean just to guzzle water, because that's not going to help.
Requesting air support.
Like the same thing if you get drunk. Where water helps you to metabolize the alcohol. Same sort of ordeal. Which it does. When you get drunk, by the way, it dehydrates you, right? You didn't know that? I thought he was on the other side. I see. Oh. I know you think you're a fucking hero, little bug. You are not. That just went through that guy's head.
Heavy. West. On my
They
position.
fixed the recharge indicator already? They did. When they... What? That was broken yesterday. Look at it. Look at the little recharge thing. And I talked about on stream how it's been broken since basically launch when they nerfed it. They didn't have a patch, did they? So somehow they live fixed it.
East, 200 meters.
It's fixed now. It's fixed. I talked about that on stream yesterday, how it was broken ever since, like, because the Quasar launched and it was already broken by like 2 seconds, and then they nerfed the Quasar and it was still broken yesterday. But it's been broken since the update patch. Maybe fucking Joel's on my stream watching, and he puts the post on Reddit just to troll me. Joel's literally reposting my ideas to Reddit to troll me. 17,000 upvoted posts on Reddit? Yeah. Thanks, Joel. It's job safety. He fears for his life now. He knows Piltz might hire me and just take away all of his fucking jobs. It was legitimately broken on stream yesterday. It's been broken since launch of the Quasar, and it was more broken after the mega balancing patch. But it was legitimately broken yesterday, and that was the day I came back, and I talked about it on stream. By the way, Joel, if you're watching, please fix the AR dog. I should be able to at the very least, get ground ammo for it. You know, I don't think that's the biggest balancing fix in the world, but you know, maybe I should be able to pick up ground ammo for the fucking AR dog, which sucks anyways. Hey, bud. I accidentally pushed the button.
Sending in an eagle.
Get some tappies?
Requesting orbital
Tap dance? Oh, yeah.
calling in reinforcements.
Uh-oh. Well, I think our 500 kg missed, guys. Probably gonna get stepped on. This reminds me of when my legs are broken and I'm out of stamina.
Heavy. Southeast. On my position.
I have no idea where I'm going.
Southwest.
I just know there's a guy following me somewhere. I don't even think I can kind of run. Full run.
I'm on it.
Imagine if they actually fix it tomorrow. I mean, we've seen a lot of stuff from my stream actually get fixed in the game. What was one of the most recent things? It was actually a big deal. Oh, the poo-poo trees. We talked about the poo-poo trees are way too vulnerable, and probably one of the easiest ways they could fix it, besides just like super juicing up the armor on them, is by obscuring them with their own fog. And then they did. That was somewhere between 2 weeks ago when I quit and when I came back yesterday. It was fixed. Which it does a good job. You still can occasionally see them at long range, but it's much, much more difficult now. And maybe at some point you could approximate the location based on the blob of poo-poo. But at that point, basically the Helldiver should be able to get the poo-poo tree if that's the case, because they're pretty skilled, right? That's a skill thing. Yep, Joel's just rushing to fix stuff so Pills doesn't hear about it. Maybe Pills isn't watching, it's Joel. And he knows if he doesn't fix it, he'll get hired, so. Hilarious. Hey, bud. Would you turn and smile for me, please? Thank you. But once again, that's kind of the problem with, like, limited dissemination of information. So, on Reddit right now, they're overreacting to the Raptor getting... Well, that sucks. The Raptor getting nerfed. There.
Air support.
Or your and then they're talking about how the SMG pummeler is going to get nerfed, right? Because the knockback on it's OP. But they literally don't realize that this gun has been in the game basically since launch. This was a launch warbond, right?
How'd you like to taste some praise?
And not only does it have the same concussive effect, it also causes ridiculous knockback. Like, look at the big head when I hit that thing. I'm literally pushing into Narnia. Doesn't do, like, any damage, but I swear I shot the thing in the head. I might have missed, though. Dead. Fucking a flight on the private jet once a week, or once every other week, excuse me. Hilarious. Oh, look at this, it like hits it back into Narnia. But this isn't a game balance issue. This has been like this since launch, but the influencers that basically tested this stuff or talked about it all said this gun sucked. Which, if you're looking for damage, the gun does suck, right? But it's not about damage. It's legitimately about the fact that it's a crowd control weapon, which is nice if you have issues with getting overwhelmed with enemies. You can just knock them back, right?
Bag's empty.
So, like, this I'd classify as like a crowd control weapon for people that have issues with it. It doesn't do, like, any damage, but that's... Thanks, bro.
Sweet liberty, my arm!
You have to try the tickler again, by the way. Second one right there. Right about there.
An eagle.
Right about there.
Have a taste of democracy.
Oh, well, that's lovely. Ah, I like a mini nuke.
Can't liberate with this broken arm.
Yes, we can. Anyways, the Eradicator, not an Eradicator, the Concussive Liberator. I'm still out of ammo, by the way, on my laser dog, my AR dog. By the way, as far as like talking about game balance and such in video games, I seem to remember being almost like in an almost identical position back in the PlanetSide 2 days, and then they hired Rel. And then PlanetSide 2 crashed and burned. But, you know, I'm just saying, you know, maybe don't hire Rel. By the way, the people, good morning, no one. The people, by the way, that know PlanetSide 2 probably know what I'm talking about, but that's like over a decade ago, so. I've been streaming for 12 years in August, guys. Crazy. And at this point, because... I don't think I would still be streaming if I didn't enjoy it. People can say what they want about enjoying streaming, and... that's why they stream, but it's one thing if you say it, it's another thing you know. Streaming for 2 decades, or a decade. Alright, bro. Alright.
Injury. What is
Alright. See if that's an auto-cannon turret. Another thing, if you've been streaming for 12 years and legit haven't ever made... I don't think I've ever made minimum wage streaming, ever. As that sounds. Basically a hobby that I do 6 hours a day. But when you factor in the fact that you play video games 6 hours a day and the hobby, you know, that kind of all works out, right? Oh. By the way, we have not done...
Found something.
It says upload data via the local relay. I'm pretty sure we did. That's why we can extract now, but it's showing up as gray in the top right instead of finished.
Calling in orbital strike.
That's been a bug since the game launched as well, by the way.
Found something.
So it doesn't show... Oh, can I get ammo for my laser dog? Or my AR dog?
New mag. Throwing grenade.
Yeah, here. No, no, no. No. I need... What? Stop that. There we go. They probably could actually make the concussive liberator better by giving an explosive radius. So it does the same effect, but it does it in a radius. Might make it too strong though.
New mag.
I'd say another competing gun with this is the concussive. It does not label it concussive, but the Pummeler, Punisher, which has ridiculous knockback on it. Oh yeah, no, good. Well, I'm glad you're having a wonderful morning. Unofficial quality control tester / lead fucking balancing tester. Yeah.
Have a taste of democracy.
That's my napalm, you bitch! How dare you copy what I was doing?
Requesting
Okay.
air support. Mag's empty. Get some. Get some.
Air dog is already at a third ammo.
Calling in extraction.
Might be dead. We're dead.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling in reinforcements.
Yeah, if it had like a explosive radius on it, like a small one, which I actually think originally it had,
Approved. Reinforcements on the way.
it would actually probably be
Joining the fray.
more aligned with where it should be. It would be better in some regards than the SMG would be, but it's not. Damage-wise, still kind of sucks, which it does.
ETA T-minus 1 minute. 30
They would
seconds.
possibly... Don't fucking what are you... It's fucking blue. It is always blue, guys. They might have to tone down the direct damage on it if it had an explosive radius on it, but you could use it more as a crowd control weapon than anything.
T-minus 1 minute.
This fucking guy. Maybe too strong if it had an explosive radius, like... No. I mean, the damage on this thing really sucks, so... Oh no.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Very dangerous. Oh.
T-minus 20 seconds.
Go away. It's either Pills or Joel's watching, one of the two, guys. By the way, we're out of ammo on my AR dog. Like, even nerfing the damage, the shitload of damage on...
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Nerfing the Laze Dog, for instance, still doesn't make it... Okay. Alright. Doesn't make it better than the Laze Dog. The fucking meta talk. I swear I can feel someone fuming somewhere. Oh, hilarious. Anyways, so they nerfed the Laze Dog damage by 30%, and honestly, it's still really good. If you're just looking to farm some bugs, right, to zap some shit. But then they buffed the AR damage, but the problem with the AR dog isn't necessarily even the damage as much as how fast it runs out of ammo. And you could possibly offset if you made it more like an autocannon as opposed to a machine gun, right? So more meaty DACA, right? More meaty DACA, and then it would actually kind of offset it. So higher armor penetration or penetration in general. And maybe even some aspects of gun balancing, like they haven't really tackled the whole penetration aspect, right? Like a railgun you'd expect to penetrate, and I'm not talking about armor penetration on the primary unit, but rather a gun that shoots through multiple units, right? And hits the ones behind it. You kind of have that with the Lightning Bros gun, which is a perk thrower. These weapons don't have it. You got the Tickler, which this guy was using right here, by the way. Which kind of does it, but still not the same, right? You'd expect that with a meaty DACA, like an autocannon, would penetrate, like a heavy HMG would possibly penetrate.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
You're really strong, but kids love that shit.
All these things.
Anyways, an AR dog, some way of offsetting it, but they don't. There isn't really any way of offsetting it. The AR dog just sucks. We have to try. So we tried out the new. Or not new. We tried out the Concussive Liberator, and it is actually stronger than the Pummeler in that regard. But Reddit right now is flipping out about it. We have to try this as well because I haven't played since then, which we will eventually. Terminus down fast more of our planet, spawning yet more agents of tyranny. Oh no. So this, if you are into crowd control, is actually better than this. But this has enough acceptable level of basically crowd control on it. So it's not really even... Like, this has knockback on it, an excessive amount of knockback. So while people are talking about how this is going to get nerfed because it stuns stalkers, this has been in the game basically since launch, and it also does the same thing and it knocks them back, so... Yeah. I want to try... Try the Tickler now. Tickler. It's got buffs. I believe a 50% increase in... Rate of fire?
Coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
Oh, there's another one. Ah, Joel's live tweeting while we're playing the game.
Engaging.
Helldivers are ordered to conduct a forceful large-scale decommissioning of automaton forces, recover scrap, while dismantled bots will then be put towards the construction of MD-17 anti-tank mines. So, the extra, like the pick your own path, choose your own story thing that they did. There's a lot of airflow on the ship right now, by the way. Indeed. Someone left the hangar bay open again. The pick your own path, as it points out, they're going to give you both of them, which everyone basically knew, but, you know. Yeah. That AR dog still sucks dick because of ammo use, ammo issues in general. But you could, AR dog could be distinctly different from the Laze dog, by the way, if they wanted to. There's all sorts of cool shit. You could make a sniper dog if you wanted to, which would also be pretty fucking cool. Have to pick Vitality. Save Vitality for the kids, because they don't have any boosters. Must be... Oh. Placebo perk. One wants to be Boba Fett. I don't blame them.
Launch initiated.
Oh. So even after the physics setting, by the way, changed absolutely nothing, as one would expect, because I'm pretty sure this game doesn't use physics at all. Might be vegetation density. We'll have to wait and see. That's the only option I can see in the menu that might affect. Pretty sure it has to do with the sway from foliage, the fauna, when you call in stratagems.
Sending out an SOS!
Deploying equipment package.
Requesting advanced
All right,
weaponry!
let's see. Alright, let's do some zappy zaps. Fuck you, bitch. Yeah, get tickled. Get fucking tickled. Thought.
Dropping a pin. Southwest, 50 meters.
Sending in an eagle.
Yeah, some lag going on here. Why am I on? I'm pretty sure it put me on someone else's computer.
Tunnel breach.
Not, we'll see. You can tell basically on how fast, like for instance, you'll close a bug hole after shooting it, because that's the server reacting to your shot. I think we got a 380 in here. I'm still confident, by the way, the one way that they really should have balanced the 380, is they should have kept the same size radius on it and just doubled the amount of shots it fires. Just to make it really janky. And obviously if you're inside of it, you just die. Hey guys.
Calling down a support weapon.
I mean, why would you use the... Matter if I ADS or not?
Freedom forever!
Why would you use either the Pummeler or the Concussive Liberator when you can use the Tickler, guys? Tickler seems pretty good. Once again, you're always going to have overlap between weapons simply because... Must be another one. Yeah, there's another one right there. Fuck off. What are you doing?
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
There's always going to be overlap between weapons, but you can try and make them unique a little bit.
Say hello to democracy!
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I'd probably use this over the Arc Bro. This is pretty good now. We'll see how it deals with heavier units when we see the...
Southwest, 100 meters. Calling down a support weapon.
when we see either big heads or corrosives. Fucking dicks. I honestly can't stop thinking about the fact that literally yesterday the little charge indicator on this thing was broken and today it's fixed. Even though the big balance patch in which that was adjusted was a week and a half ago.
Calling in reinforcements.
Oh, someone got it. There we go. Okay. I can smell you, Joel. Ah. He knows, guys! Run away! He knows! Oh, hilarious.
Sending in an eagle.
I don't think you need ADS with this. Yeah, you could actually just make like an entire... I mean, it's not really... Maybe at the... Like, lumping guns into like one big category where they're just like, oh, this is explosive. Well, it is true. Like, there's multiple reasons to use guns, right? But...
Requesting air support.
And my game crashed. Joel! You know better than to VPN into my game, Joel. You know. I'm live. You can't VPN in like that. It crashes my client, Joel. Well, alright. Thanks, Joel. Yeah, that'll tell you from looking... That'll stop you from looking behind the curtain. Ah, hilarious. There's no one behind the curtain. Anyways, what I was saying was, even though there's multiple guns in the game, and obviously there's multiple ways you could sort them, like, even tick boxes, like, kind of like a helpful category for noobs. Like, for instance, the Concussive Liberator, the Pummeler, and I would say the Tickler, which we're using right now, maybe even the Arc Bro. Arc Bro has more of a skill cap to it, though. The Tickler, definitely very useful for,
Mission coordinates locked.
for small fry, just overall getting overwhelmed, right? And then you have things like, stun grenades would also fall into that category too, which would help you out in a pinch, to get out of a pinch if you're getting overwhelmed. Contractor message. The following message from Battlefield Systems Contract Defensive Service. Battlefield Systems regrets to inform all Helldivers that a software issue has resulted in a duplicate reporting of enemies killed during a previous major order. Okay, so this is an RP way of saying they had a bug in the system. They're trying to actually word it so it sounds like a bug, which is good. Users should anticipate longer times to reach target numbers of enemies are killed dismantled.
Allied destroyer
Yeah, so they had problems. This was on Reddit / Discord, where they said that they had issues with basically the number of units being counted up. But by the way, I'm perfectly fine with them kind of RPing it out, but you have to be able to tell what's actually like intended and what's actually a bug, and it kind of sounds like it's a bug now because it's due to the system. We'll give the Tickler more of a try. I'm just going to be curious on how it reacts with the large units. Personally, so far, guys, even though there's a shitload of stuff out right now, the pastel gun obviously needs buffs, or maybe there's something that I'm not understanding about it. I haven't tried the impact emulation nades. Pummeler is alright if you have problems getting overwhelmed. Same way that the Liberator Concussive also does. But anyways, like, I'm having more fun with the old weapons, by the way, that have been buffed, because they actually kind of have weird niches now. The Plasma Grenade Launcher, I'd actually say, is probably one of the newer, interesting weapons.
Helldivers to Hellpods.
You have to see how it functions against
Helldivers
bots,
to
though.
Hellpods.
Yep. Be nice if you could set the level cap on your squad, by the way, so we don't get people over level 70 in our lobby, so we get a bunch of noobs and it makes things more difficult. Maybe even 50. Oh, that'd be great if I could actually set up the level cap of the people in my squad. No, you don't need to spawn on the edge of the map. These guys are high level, too. Actually, those guys aren't. Green's high level. Side of the map is a trap. We're fine. fucking indicator is fixed. Been broken since the Quasar launched, guys. Broken since the Quasar launched, even more broken with the massive balancing patch. Talked about it yesterday, fixed. Also, the night is still broken. Talked about that yesterday, all of a sudden the fucking 7,000 upvoted posts pops up on Reddit. Oh, yep. Good shit. Gun absolutely no one uses. That in the scythe.
Launch initiated.
Hilarious. Night I firmly believe is broken simply because of hit registration, as opposed to it being uncontrollable. It is very uncontrollable, but it also does a lot of damage. But the damage doesn't come through because of hit registration issues, so. All the TikTok guys, only thing that'll ever be on my TikTok is, by the way, if this seed crashes again, we're going to throw it out. Sometimes seeds have bugs in them that just cause them to be crash constantly, so.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Requesting air support!
Administering freedom.
If I remember right. There we go.
Bug hole, southwest, 100 meters.
Spawn too close to the poopy trees. Excuse me, the bird trees.
Bug hole, southwest, 100 meters.
Requesting air support.
Even 500s have problems with it. Autocannon? Autocannon.
Get some! Get some!
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Sending in an eagle.
Bro, dude, I was strafing too.
Permanent hive struck.
Reinforcing.
Tickles. It tickles. Let's see. Oh, there was a stalker nest up here, wasn't there? That's why I had a weird angle. Look up. There's this. Maybe there's a different one. Pretty sure there's a stalker nest right fucking here.
Helldivers never die!
I think zooming actually makes it more accurate. ADSing makes it more accurate. Right up here, yeah.
Tagging location. West.
Pretty sure it
Enemy tactical asset.
reduces cone of fire on it when you zoom it.
Got a sample.
Increases accuracy.
Structure destroyed.
Then increases damage because more of the lightning hits. Yeah, I was over here last time.
Heavy. I need supplies.
Yeah, I can see why some people are using this now. This is pretty good. This is like...
On my position.
actually a pretty nice shotgun.
Main objective nearby. Objective critical stratagem available.
Felt like it should have blown up.
Rare sample acquired. Last reload.
Okay.
Heavy. West.
Bugs up, sending in an eagle.
I need supplies. Requesting air support. Heavy. Southwest. 50 meters.
Which, by the way, if you can zoom in and tighten the cone of fire, means there's actually like a skill. Like a technical skill to it, because then you could actually concentrate the fire by zooming with it to increase the damage to a single target, or use it as a wider, like, sweeping effect by not ADSing. I don't know if that's true or not, based on what we're seeing here. Fuck you, bitch. I'm dead.
Tagging map. West. 300 meters. Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support.
Requesting sentry.
Freedom forever.
Bro, why aren't more people using this? This is actually pretty fantastic. I don't know if this is better than the... People are complaining about the Ruptor? There is definitely... It isn't D-tier guns and then you have the Ruptor. There's actually some pretty good stuff in here now. What? You did a little shrimpy attack! What? The shrimpies have that attack. I've seen that like twice. Where they burrow underground and pop up at your feet. It didn't spawn. There wasn't a big head behind me.
Objective critical stratagem available. Democracy's dignity maintained.
Tagging map. West.
The purity of democracy must be maintained.
Out of stims. I need supplies.
Look out, post spot. Requesting air support.
Calling in reinforcements.
By the way, when this is going off, you know how they could make this more epic? Is when this is happening, like, you get a giant, like, light beam down from, like, a spotlight from the destroyer on it. On the flagpole. Oh, that'd be fucking hilarious. Like, just like a spotlight from the sky. You know you love me, Joel. You know you love me. Bitch, I'm saluting. Okay.
Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters.
Oh, that is hilarious. It is actually kind of weird that was never in the game for higher difficulties at launch.
100 meters.
This gun doesn't even seem to jump to your teammates that much, whereas the arc thrower does, right? But you can shoot pretty close to your teammates and it doesn't actually do that. Oh my god.
Say hello to democracy.
There you guys go. That's
Sending
for
in
you.
an eagle.
Need to reload anyways, so.
Calling in reinforcements.
Calling in reinforcements.
Let's save it for the Bile Titan that will inevitably appear here in a second. No. Just the tip.
Get some. Get some.
Not exactly sure why it closed. We're dead.
Enemy elite. South.
I rolled around on the ground, guys. That kills you.
Calling in orbital.
You roll on the ground, you're basically dead.
Request approval to reinforce.
That has definitely changed. You are now more likely to roll. You're more likely to roll after...
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Requesting air
you flop around on the ground, which is annoying because if you jump to dodge, I think you'd be ready for it. It's not like you're slipping and falling on the ground.
Rare sample acquired.
Supplies.
By the way, I thought the music was playing in my head. I didn't think there was actually still playing music, which is hilarious.
Tagging location. North. Requesting air support.
Yeah, by the way, the overreacting Karens about everything getting nerfed on Reddit are full of shit.
30 minutes remaining.
Oh, how does this do against the Charger? I don't know if I killed it or the other guy did. But let me take a look at those pearly whites. Oh yeah, look beautiful.
Tagging map. Southeast. On my position.
I'd actually say there's more guns that are viable in the game than there ever were.
Sample collect.
There's obviously still some garbage in here, but actually works against big heads pretty well.
Requesting air support.
Huh.
Sending in an eagle. I'm on it.
The fucking charge indicator's fixed today. I'm on to you, Joel. I'm on to you.
Mission map updated.
Ah, someone did the radar dish. Dead. I just alt-tabbed on accident.
Left the squadron.
That's still a bug where if you tab out in the server lags, it literally disconnects people in your game. Ah, we're still alive. It disconnected everyone!
Sending out an SOS.
Well, that's unfortunate. Huh. Okay. That's been a bug since launched where if you tab out in your game, like, you know, it does like the screen switch. It actually DCs people in your fucking game. Game's peer-to-peer. Yeah. This time it wasn't Joel's fault, I alt-tabbed. I know that's been a bug for a while. Gotta get rid of this guy. Oh, I didn't die. We shot it so many times, we might as well just finish it off with the Quasar. Gave the 500 kg. Like maybe 2 more here. There he goes. Huh. Not sure why there's so many patrols.
Coming in hot.
Sending down equipment package.
Enemy down, baby.
Ah, flying. I broke my leg. We're dead.
Helldiver lost. Sending replacement. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
And again, we've been on difficulties before where,
Reporting to the front.
we've been on solo difficulties before where we've gotten,
Freedom never sleeps!
Liberty.
trying to step on me. You're dead, bruh. He's dead now.
Got him.
Alright, well, we dumped our whole squad by undemocratically alt-tabbing, so. Let's go over here. Let's kill the stalker nest. Or it spawns a bunch of stalkers that kill me.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Don't tell him I literally just massacred my squad by alt-tabbing. This gun's actually pretty fucking good, I'm not gonna lie.
Asset within range.
New version of this gun is actually pretty good.
Reloading! Rare sample acquired. Got a sample.
Live structure destroyed.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
There's that post on Reddit that says when you're in solo, the guy that tested it, when you're in solo, it doesn't decrease spawns at all. This is a lot less spawns than on Helldive, so I don't think that's correct. That's the same guy that made a post, apparently. Like I said, some of the information he posted was correct, but not all of it did not seem correct.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Nighty night. Alright. Well,
Requesting air support.
everything went sideways.
On tunnel 3.
Requesting orbital strike.
Rare sample acquired.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Did he had that one already? Bruh. They didn't up the damage, they just increased the fire rate on this thing.
Half reinforcement budget remaining.
Go right there, do one of those things, do that, right there, like that. Beautiful. This thing's pretty fucking wild. Like, this isn't as broken. Eruptor was fucking broken as shit, guys.
Supplies.
It has knockback, too. And it pops big heads. Which means it probably works. Probably means it works on corrosive and ticks. Corrosive and ticks are kind of like the weird niche that you forget about, and then it really starts mattering when it really matters, right?
Reinforcing.
Which they do. If you don't have a primary that can take care of them, it really fucks things up. Oh, it didn't have an extra explosion? But I can't wait till Predator Vision modes. Oh my god. Like, all the shit you have issues with right now as far as visibility, if you had, like, thermal vision, you could just turn it on, and you could just see, like, there's just a shitload of enemies in front of you. It would be fantastic. Thermal and, like, EMI or something, and you can think up all sorts of cool things for a vision mode. Yeah. Where is the hole? Second hole. I don't know. I'm doing that right there, though.
Say hello to democracy!
Walking can kill us. We're gonna run away. Fucking kids on Reddit complaining about the Ruptor that needed to be nerfed. Oh my god. And then you have stuff like this that's actually in the game. Like, easy. This is a pretty low difficulty gun, I would say.
Calling in orbital strike. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Wait, did we not finish it?
Calling down a support weapon.
I thought we finished it.
Democracy has been well delivered.
Yeah.
Layer extraction dropping a pin. Northeast.
Already.
200 meters.
Yeah.
Map. East. Far.
Range in it sucks, obviously, but...
Marking location. Northeast.
But...
Heavy.
Sending in an eagle!
well...
Requesting orbital strike!
That hit it. Did not hit it.
Requesting air support!
There you go.
Requesting orbital.
Kinda doubt this gun would work at all against the robots, though.
New mag! Sending in an eagle!
Alright.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 200 meters.
Maybe it didn't pop the head on the big head.
Orbital inbound.
Can't... Requesting air support!
Requesting advanced weaponry.
No, it definitely pops their brains. It definitely pops their brains. Dude, this is like super... By the way, guys, the Pummeler's OP as shit, apparently, according to Reddit, so, you know, they're gonna have to, like... Why are you even talking about the Pummeler? EP time.
Reinforcements.
Alright. Other things I really do like about this as opposed to the The arc, bro, is the fact that you don't need to fucking ADS with it. ADSing I find very annoying if you don't want to do it. Sometimes it's alright, but having the ADS constantly puts you in like a tunnel. See if this has... There we go. There. Excuse me, pardon me, pardon me. Pardon me. Alright, and we're going subterranean. I am actually missing stratagems right now. We're dead.
Reinforcing.
Well, good. That did, by the way, a ground pound right after the charge. It didn't slide.
Ready to liberate.
And occasionally this still happens, guys. Bitch. No.
Calling in
Calling
reinforcements.
down a support weapon. Tagging map. North 100 meters.
Ah, is that the adjudicator? The heavy assault rifle?
On my position.
Reporting to the front.
Huh, he almost threw me on my corpse. Good. Ow. That actually should have killed me. I'm pretty sure that was a plasma round that we just saw hit my screen. Okay.
Ending in an eagle.
Fucked around too much. If I kept fucking around, I was gonna die, so.
Orbital inbound.
Okay. Oh, there's a nest to the right. East.
Calling in reinforcements.
Go to the east.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle.
We also have not been testing performance. 2 minutes.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
On fire. It's not. Nest.
Bug tunnel breach.
By the way, while it's important to despawn bodies in terms of garbage, because otherwise it builds up and makes your game lag like fuck, it is very nice at making games feel fulfilling. Achievement.
Requesting orbital strike.
Reinforcing.
Requesting orbital.
See all the dead corpses from everything you've killed? Makes you feel good. Ah.
Throwing grenade.
Alright.
Calling in reinforcements.
T-minus 1 minute.
Oh, what's going on here? There we go. Stop that!
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
The impact? I don't have impacts.
Tagging map. Northwest 200 meters.
Agree. Okay. By the way, if we miss the call, we literally can just fucking call it in again. It doesn't fucking matter. Some people get like bent out of shape because they think it's like a deadline you have to meet, but it's not.
Budget depleted. ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Orbital inbound.
Ah, well, the entire pad is going to be covered with the 380, so.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting orbital.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Christ. They haven't fucking killed what matters.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing? Holy fucking shit. Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
What the fuck is he doing? He just got in.
Victory was never in doubt.
Wow, alright. Okay, bro, I guess you had to leave. We get it. But this is also why we want to be paired with people below level 70, right? Well, against bugs. Against bots, that's generally not what you want. Well, putting aside the fact that we alt-tabbed and literally dumped our entire group mid-game. No.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Two away from the lucky number, guys. 6.4 kilometers.
Well done. Lots of enemies killed, and lots of samples to help us figure out how to kill even more.
I think, by the way, that huge stutter when I hit escape also causes people to get dumped. To continue last one. Yes. Yes. But when I hit escape, I'm pretty sure that giant stutter actually dumped someone from my group again.
Engaging orbital thruster. Orbit synchronized.
100% be a chat on the screen, even though there's not. This is the Hold'em. Napalm. Autocannon. Corrosive. Orders are pretty good.
Launch initiated.
Yep. The fucking icon's fixed. I mean, to be honest, it probably was a really easy fix, just no one noticed it. Yeah. Well?
Today the light of liberty will grace the skies of this world once more.
Target.
Freedom requires firepower.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Freedom requires firepower. Throwing supply beam.
Yep.
Tunnel breach. Requesting advanced
Have a taste of democracy! Say hello to democracy! Requesting orbital
Allied
strike.
destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
It's like I just went to Taco Bell, guys. That might kill C3.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Hi.
democracy. Orbital inbound. Bag's empty. Calling down a support. Sending in an eagle.
Excuse you.
Freedom forever!
That probably would have killed me if I was on the ledge.
Reloading!
Gotta go put my turrets back up.
Sweet liberty, my arm! Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Democracy has laid.
Throwing supply beacon.
Go back.
Gotta fix this liberty-forsaken arm!
Clear to leave fucking EATs on a macro.
Reinforce.
Calling in orbital strike.
That's the sound of freedom, guys. Those grunts of pain, that is freedom. I swear you weren't always able to do that. You can't, like, shoot him in the pooper. Obviously, the squishy underside is one thing, but just, like, shooting the pooper.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
We're
Can't liberate with this broken arm!
We're doing fine. We're doing fine.
Get some! Get some! Requesting orbital strike!
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Hi. For whatever reason. I didn't kick him this time. It's probably Joel. Fucking Joel. He's just kicking people in my group.
Calling in reinforcements.
Get by a mortar. Ah, water.
Hard counter break! Reporting to the front.
Oh, we gotta go put our mortar back up again.
Requesting sentry! Requesting sentry! You will never destroy our way of life! Calling down a sentry!
Bag's empty.
Calling in orbital strike!
Firing gas strike.
Bag's empty! Can't liberate this broken arm!
Nope. That's a guy.
I'm out! Calling down supplies!
Bro! Not the grasshoppers!
Requesting orbital!
All the things I can die by, not the grasshoppers. Oh, look, a 380. That's actually probably close enough to hit us. Like, right about there. Called it. Fucking called that shit. Alright.
Get some! Get some!
You have no idea how your teammates are dying?
Reloading!
Oh, I just got showered in puke. Start my... I don't know if I did.
New bag. Sending in an eagle.
Calling down a support weapon! Reloading!
Seems pretty tame. Normally we used to get a lot more bile times. I wonder if they dumbed it down. Like, we've seen, like, what? One bile titan so far on Diff 9? We have 12 minutes left.
Bag's empty. Throwing grenade.
Requesting orbital strike!
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Bag's empty.
I think I hit his shield.
Reloading!
Requesting air support. Bag's empty. Bag's empty. Calling down a sentry.
This is generally why we don't... Like, this is either way too easy or it's just, like, next to impossible to do and you
How'd
just
you
die.
like the taste of
There
freedom?
really isn't much of an in-between. This isn't really like a traditional tower defense game. So it's tough to balance something like this.
supply beacon! How'd you like to taste of freedom? Calling in orbital strike. Launching orbital strike.
Bitch. I mean, you probably could do a last stand game like this. Would have to have multiple objectives, though, like fallback lines for when things are overwhelmed. Right now, basically, like, they can easily just, like, when you get to the point of, like, bugs getting in here, you're basically done. Same thing with bots. I don't know if they fixed the Wanko-chans, little doggoos, which just get stuck in the mountain and then just, like, shoot the building from across the way.
Requesting orbital strike! Orbital inbound!
Oh, I wanted to.
Reloading! New man!
Oh, look, a 380 again. We're too close. Like, you could do a 120 here, but the 380 range is just way too large. Good timing on my turrets. Sometimes things can be too big, guys. True story.
Requesting sentry! Requesting sentry! Fire in the hole!
Yeah, you could do like a 40-minute version of this with multiple defensive lines. I thought maybe I'm fine. I was fine the other ones, right? Maybe I'll... No, I should just move.
Joining the fray.
What the fuck is my gun?
Calling in reinforcements. Calling in orbital strike.
That's not what we... Alright. Here, little pooper.
Bag's empty. Going down the support weapon.
Tough to tell when you kill it from the top. I didn't kill it, actually. Okay.
Bag's empty. Reloading.
Huh?
Fog tunnel breach. Requesting orbital strike.
You have served democracy well.
Yeah, we didn't really get much in the way of Bile Titans, like, at all. You got, like, 4, I think? Almost no chargers.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Huh.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Requesting air support. Calling down
Objective
sentry.
located. Marking extraction point.
Calling down a support
Calling
weapon.
down a sentry.
In-
Objective located. Objective located.
Alright, well, I'm getting in. You guys can do whatever the fuck you're doing.
To depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Marking extraction point.
K4 legitimately just doesn't notice. K4 might not make it.
Extraction
Oh,
complete. Pelican 1
I think I saw 0.42 seconds.
Another victory for the right side of history.
So, 420 milliseconds. Good, good, good. Happy Friday, guys. Those are still kind of meh to do. Like, I'm a fan of tower defenses. I do enjoy a good tower defense. I do enjoy a good tower defense, guys, but it doesn't really cut it. I said just because of the way the way they work in the game, like it's too compact. Maybe you could do it if it's a big map with like multiple areas that you have to work through, kind of like a traditional like rush map for like Battlefield or something like that. In the opposite direction of offensively breaking through, you do the opposite, which is defensively, right? And trying to hold lines, and then you can even have rewards based on how long you hold it. Different areas you hold. Too small for the kind of units that are in the game. And they have too many problems with pathfinding too on top. We talked about that a bit. It seems like they aren't really having issues, but there's no real huge units. 0.5 kilometers!
Welcome back. Well done. Welcome aboard, Helldiver. The super destroyer is yours.
Alright. I think
Welcome
we're
aboard,
going
Helldiver.
to
We can never
dump
have
the
too
group.
many heroes fighting for peace.
Yeah. Dump the group. We're gonna do more bugs. I don't care if it's care what the major order is. Trying to get a baseline. The bugs are great for a baseline. Bots are unique little snowflakes that need to have unique ways of dealing with them. So we will do bots, don't worry guys. Just not right now. Alright. Burr. Yep. Decommission target number automatons. Yep. That's okay. We'll still do some bugs. I'm on covert ops missions, guys. So we did fuck Bay. Akbar? I guess there's more people here. You enjoy a good raise the flag, guys. Blitz? Oh, actually, we'll do this.
But one
Creating FTL jump.
Okay. So we just did the Tickler. The Tickler is actually pretty good now. Tickler, I'd say, is probably one of the better weapons against bugs, at least. Against bots, I suspect it's going to be shit.
FTL jump successful. Hellpods primed. Mission coordinates locked.
What else do we have? Oh, let's do the new fire. Since Reddit's bitching about this, so take a look. Tickler, pretty good. Tickler, the plasma grenade launcher, very good. Pretty good. Predaruptor. Better Scorcher? Stat-wise, at least it looks like right now.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Ready. Now we wait. Might take a little bit longer, purely because people are going to be doing the bots. A lot of people on the planet, though.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Oh. It's already there. Good.
Helldiver, glad to have you on board.
Uh-huh. Oh, what a bitch. Fine. I get in my fucking
Allied
coffin.
destroyer has joined squadron.
I'm getting my coffin. I got Wi-Fi, a
Engaging orbital thrusters.
cappuccino machine, you know, the usual.
Orbit synchronized.
Go do the side mission right away. Napalm. If I remember right, the stratagems weren't really tweaked. It's well, besides a couple of these. Mainly, the weapons. Stun resistance or stun reduction. Mech. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay.
Launch initiated.
Someone's taking a railgun. Good. Good. Let's see. We tried the rovers out already. Liberator concussive. Oh, they increased the damage on the Liberator concussive. Slight nerf to the Dom. Dom didn't really need a nerf, or didn't really need a buff in the first place.
Go now, and shoot you fall. Remember this. Every day is a good day to die for democracy.
Sending down.
Alright, what do we got here?
Requesting orbital.
Calling in orbital.
Fucking janky.
Requesting air support.
You can't even fire it without charging it.
Requesting air support.
Arc bro gun.
Reinforcing.
Requesting air support.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh, I think they got both of them. Did Reddit say this gun was OP, or did they say it sucked? I don't know. Well, there's that. Huh. Yeah.
Requesting walker.
It's like the Scorcher, only more powerful,
Bug hole.
but you have to charge it per shot, which kinda
Air sample
sucks.
acquired.
Good fucking shit. Hey guys, let's throw that right there. Just hang on, hang on, hang on. It's coming in. Just wait for it. And seems like it's pretty powerful. Just it's pain to use.
Reloading!
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
I'd even say the charge rate on it's too slow. Charge up time takes too long.
Tagging map. Northwest, 100 meters. Requesting air support.
I had a bunch of napalms, but we didn't
Requesting orbital
have any units. Definitely gonna hit by bile times at some point here, so. Makes a little boost sound when it's charged,
Orbital inbound.
but it should totally have a visual change of some kind. Does it? And it has like a little shockwave thing on the end. That's you can't notice that in the middle of combat. Yeah, let's go over here.
Reinforcing!
Sending in an eagle.
Bug outpost!
All right. Oh man, time to floss! Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
Dropping a pin. West. On my position.
Supplies. South.
Reloading!
Sending in an eagle.
Rare sample acquired.
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Calling in orbital strike.
Reloading!
Requesting air support.
Not sure why they took away the fucking burrow from the shrimpies.
Reload!
They have a burrow. No, they don't. Well, a burrow I saw twice.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Someone fucking took. Oh my god. Wait, can we close it with this? Gross. We might have some issues here. Find out.
Not today!
I don't have. I don't have a pistol. I have a grenade pistol. Let's see if we can close this with this.
Bug
Not-
tunnel free!
Not helpful. Not helpful. Alright. Alright.
Eat this!
Making progress.
Doesn't really have an explosive radius on it.
Dropping a pin. North, 300 meters.
Requesting air support!
Yeah? Those are for you. Ow. Oh, we're dead.
Reinforcing.
I think it takes too long to charge. It does a shitload of damage, but it takes too long to charge up.
Reinforcements on the way.
Doesn't look like it can kill bug holes. So it's like a heavy plasma gun, maybe?
Joining the fray.
Bug hive spotted.
By the way, the async option still makes performance worse when you turn it on. Yeah, it definitely reduces performance.
Found something.
Might be more of a bot rifle. Get too close to it, it's not good.
Bug hole, northeast, 200 meters.
Definitely can't crowd clear with it. That was a fake rock. Joel tricked me. That was a fake rock, guys. Thanks, Joel.
Calling in reinforcements.
Got you baited. Normally you can tell the fake rocks apart. That was 100% fake rock, though.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Getting better.
Bug hole, requesting air support 100 meters.
Orbital inbound.
Requesting orbital strike.
Oh. This is going to be a fucking treat with this thing. Yeah. Actually, this isn't that bad. At least you don't explode when you charge it. Okay, let's go down south. I changed my mind, guys. We're just gonna go down south.
Heavy. North.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting orbital.
Knock back to it, too.
Requesting air support. Calling in
Jesus fucking Christ.
reinforcements.
I'm doing this wrong.
Reinforcing.
Alright. Uh-huh.
Sending in an eagle.
Democracy's on its way.
That's for you guys. Beautiful.
Reloading.
Support weapon.
Hey, bud. Why do you guys follow me? I'm not even near your nest. Go away.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh, we acquired our anti-air gun, so. I hit the fucking bird. But it doesn't pop.
Calling in reinforcements.
Northeast, close.
It definitely just went through its head. Definitely takes too long to charge. Got it. Yeah, I need some sort of visual indicator so you can see, so you can fast fire it better. But even if you put aside fast firing it, definitely seems like it takes too long to charge up.
Requesting orbital.
We haven't really seen many big heads, though, which is what we really have to use it against.
Sending out an SOS!
Sending in an eagle.
Like I said, sometimes the radius on this thing feels really janky. Like you should hit, and then it doesn't hit at all.
Found something.
But, well, bro, turn, you bitch!
Requesting air support.
Attack underway.
If this could, like, function kind of like... Fucking shit. Okay, bro. I understand I got a nerfed Quasar. Haha. Joke's on me. I get it. I get it. Ah, it's a fucking... Pretty sure that's fake. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Now let's get rid of this. There. Definitely getting overwhelmed with fodder right now.
Freedom forever!
Lots of chargers, mainly because they're the extra 5 seconds on the Quasar.
Leaving combat zone to resupply.
Like even like a visual indicator of some kind making the gun glow or make the crosshair change or something like that. There's a lot of ways you could do it to make it more functional.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
I want to try shooting the pooper. Oh. I believe this has like 0 armor pen against big units.
Fog tunnel breach!
Yeah. Like, this definitely should one-pop the big head. So, despite the fact that this is medium armor pen, there's a lot of downsides to using this gun. It can't even take care of big heads, where if I had, like, a Dominator Penetrator, I could just pop it. Like a Slugger, I could just pop it. And this has significantly more downsides than using a Dominator or a Penetrator. Dominator or Slugger, excuse me. Doesn't either that or make it charge faster as the rate of fire is higher on it. It's over here doing whatever while trying to fucking mess with the new guns.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
Dropping package.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh, poo-poo tree. Not a poo-poo tree, bird tree. Bitch! Rude! So rude! You're just lucky I have a fucking shitty plasma gun. Alright, we're going this way. basically right now I don't have a primary. I'd say this gun... This may be pastel level shit. Yeah, I don't think this is... I think our end result here, because it doesn't really have a splash radius at all either, so even when you charge it up, it doesn't really medium pen. A good go-to for the medium pen is the big heads, which you see a lot of. And then obviously the corrosive and the ticks. Like, look, I just popped it in the brain. I mean, it does kill it in two, but maybe this could be better if, kind of feels like they tried to make like a shock rifle.
Bug tunnel breach! Requesting air support!
Requesting advanced weaponry. Unleashing democracy.
But no one fucking killed. I think you can kill him in two. No. Yeah, no, this gun sucks, guys. It takes, like, the amount of time it takes to charge it up, it doesn't really do much even when you charge it. There's no massive explosion radius. It doesn't really pen, because as you guys can see, it's not really doing anything to the big heads.
Ending in an eagle!
It doesn't work on the big units. So, like, there might be some sort of offset for the big units, right? Like, it can kind of shittily work away at the Chargers or the Bile Titans, right? It just takes a lot of effort. Then that might offset it, like hard penetration. But it really doesn't have anything going for it. You tried on bots yet? No. No, we haven't tackled the bots at all. That's going to be another... Maybe it does work on bots, but usually... Like, if it's not working on the big heads, that's highly unlikely it's going to work on... popping faces and eyeballs.
Last reload! Found something! Rare
Because that depends on armor pen too. Like the ability to pop visors and eyeballs depends on armor pen. Like the Dominator can do it, right? Actually, the Dominator can do some. Yeah, I can't do them all. Can't do like the fatties.
Throwing supply beacon.
Sending down equipment package.
Requesting air support.
Democracy's on its way. At 20 minutes remaining.
Dropping package. Package acquired.
Bitch!
Say hello to democracy.
No! Hey, fucking... I swear the only reason that is still in the game is because Joel fucking gets a giggle every time you fucking hit that shit. I swear that's the only fucking goddamn reason that you crawl up on top of the canister is so Joel can giggle to himself.
Have a taste of democracy.
Okay. No.
Sending in an eagle.
Package acquired.
I don't know why that killed both of them. Like we didn't pop him in the face. He had a bad health melt. I've noticed there are some
Sending in an eagle.
Bile Titans that just go to step on you and that's all they do and they take like nothing to kill him. But I don't think that's one because obviously that guy tried breathing on me.
Calling in reinforcements.
Like even the small guys, like the small big heads, it doesn't even pop them in one.
Fire in the hole. Say hello to democracy.
I essentially don't have a primary right now, guys.
Support.
Yeah, this is probably one of the shittier guns. This is like a pastel assault rifle shit.
Requesting air support.
Just too many downsides for not really any upsides to it. It doesn't even one-shot those guys. Like, this feels like the same amount of time it takes you to charge,
Reinforcements.
Same amount of time it takes you to charge the arc throw. Oh, bitch. I swear fucking Joel spawned you behind me. He 100% spawned you behind me. You might be dead here, by the way.
Bug out.
Kick it. There you go.
Eat this!
Fuck out of here.
Requesting air support!
Cappies? Cappy dance? Yeah. Oh. So it takes like the same amount of time to charge as a shot as like the arc thrower, but obviously doesn't do nearly as much damage and doesn't really bounce. Oh, God. Jesus! Where did we have our fucking ammo? We had boxes of ammo. Right over here. Ammo needs to show up on the ground, too. I mentioned that before. The only time your stuff will show up on the ground is if it's out of canisters. Ammo resupplies, the stuff that you land, does not show up.
Reloading!
Even after it's out of the canister. It just does not show up at all. Ah!
Out of ammo!
That one should have landed.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
By the way, just as, kind of as a case in point of how OP the Ruptor was, the Ruptor you could close bug holes with, in addition to basically one-tapping fucking big heads, one-tapping fucking small big heads. Basically, I think you could one-tap the biles, too? I don't even know where... This makes me feel bad, but we're gonna call another one in.
Calling down supplies!
On me, is it? Not even fucking close.
Freedom has prevailed. Now head to the extraction point.
Last reload!
That one felt like it should have got it.
Out of ammo! Throwing grenade!
Bounce.
Calling down a support weapon.
That bounced too. The explosion radius on it's not very big either. Very small. Like I said, it says medium armor pen. It does not feel like medium armor pen. Medium armor pen is like Dominator's medium armor pen. Obviously, there's different levels of it. And then, like, even when you charge it, like, they get fucking close enough that they're gonna fucking hit you. I fucking killed myself with the explosion. Yeah, no, the plasma gun, the purifier is shit tier level unless I'm missing something on it. I highly doubt it's going to work against the bots either, because there would be some translation of the armor pen which you need against bots. It's just not here. Takes too long to charge, doesn't do enough even when you do charge it. Have armor pen on it. Radius on it doesn't really seem bigger than the Scorcher either, so it's just all downsides. Fuck off! Fuck off! Get out of here! Joel told you that I'm easy. Joel told you I'm fucking easy because I have a shit gun on, but you know. Kicking a Helldiver when he's down sort of shit.
For prosperity!
There's no weapon modes on it or anything.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
It doesn't even one-shot these guys. What is that?
Package acquired. Dropping package.
No gangbang. No gangbang. Bad. Go away.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
No.
Sending in an eagle!
Attack underway.
Package acquired.
Yeah, so async definitely decreases performance, guys, if you're curious about that. This guy came over here to get my shit and then left behind the fucking vials down south. Fuck. That's unfortunate, so... The Pummeler, I would say, is alright if you're looking for crowd control. But you could also just go and get the fucking Tickler. Actually just seems better than that. Not close to the buckle? What is he doing over here?
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Or is he leaving the button for me? Is this so I can push the button? Thank you. I wanted to push the button. I worked so hard.
Get some! Get some!
Still have that vial. Yeah. Go grab the other vials over here. Oh, it's like J4 heard me. It's like Green heard me say he missed the other vials over here. And then didn't get the other vials. Hey, bud. Only have 500 kgs. Gotta get it. You can't run away. You gotta get him to tap you, like that. Oh, he's dead. There you go. Or you have to throw the 500 kg in front of yourself so you can run over the top of it. Okay. Let's go south and get the rest of the stuff as well as. You see the Joel hit squad, guys? He was behind me! This guy was behind me, running! This guy targets me, runs all the way across my team, and comes straight for me. Joel hit squad. See, he's angry. He knows that I have a hotline to Pilts. He knows. He knows I'm talking to Pilts. We're in negotiations right now. He's sending the fucking Chargers after me. Fucking hit squad. Oh.
Supplies.
Oh my god, 10 cents. We just found 10 cents, guys. That. Out there.
Support.
I might be dead. I'm not dead yet. There we go. That's cool. That's new, by the way. They're either alien artifacts or like exosuits. See the shit underneath us right now? Do you even pop armor panels? Or not armor panels? He's dead. Yes. Maybe those just fake rocks. Any day. Fucking... They're having a fucking field day with me, guys, because I can't fucking kill them. Oh, that just hurt me even more. No, no. Bad touch. Bad touch. Bad touch, Charger. We took you to classes on this. Stop that. Yeah, this needs, like, in addition to tweaking the variables, this needs some sort of visual indicator that it's charged. You can kind of hear the click in the background, but not really.
Ending in an eagle.
That's probably bad. It's gonna hit the mountain. Oh no, it came from the right way.
Calling in extraction.
New mag.
Even if this didn't even have like a clip on it, it'd still... Like, it'd still be shit. Like, if it didn't even have a magazine. Like the arc thrower. Or if it just auto-fires when it charges, too. Maybe even just allow it to auto-fire. I don't think the DPS on it's super horrible if I could, like, fast-fire it, but I can't. Like, without, viable muscle memory on it.
Requesting air support.
Which it doesn't look like it's worth even spending the time on to learn muscle memory-wise.
Requesting air support.
Oh my god, guys, I can't play the game! They nerfed the Quasar! I can't play the game anymore, guys, on Helldive! Oh, jeez! Oh, yeah.
Sending in an eagle.
Fire. Dropping package.
Get some! Get some!
Yeah, I think, actually, maybe the DPS on this, it wouldn't be that bad if you can fast-fire it properly, so maybe just make it so it automatically fires after charging. That'd actually probably be one of the best upgrades that could do this. And then see where it's at damage-wise. After you can basically... can fast-fire it.
Heavy. East. Close.
How are you not done with the artillery, bro? What is going on over here? Here, I'm gonna bring some friends over to you. You can deal with them. And then we can finish the artillery.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Heavy. West. On my position.
That was hitting me through the wall.
Not today!
Like, they probably... One of the reasons that you have to fire it is I think they copied the layout from the arc thrower. Like, the weapon's just a copy of the arc thrower.
Sending in an eagle.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Hey, bud. Okay, he's gonna walk over the top of me.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
New mag!
I don't actually mind the charge-up aspect on it too much, it's just the fact it doesn't fire. It doesn't auto-fire. Like, I think, like I mentioned, I think the DPS on it's even not that bad. It just doesn't auto-fire. Alright.
Calling in reinforcements.
Requesting air support.
I don't think we can grab his vials, there's too much shit here. Yeah, that's way in deep. Thanks, Titles. Killed me too.
Reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Ready to liberate.
mini-map was open, so I couldn't... I didn't want to dash, because then I might... Yeah, I think it's instinctively my mini-map was open, and I didn't want to alt-tab.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Reporting to the
Anyways, what were we doing?
Requesting air support.
Why are there, like, when I'm gimped, why are there so many bio... Actually, I think that's kind of answering its own question, isn't it? Why are there so many bile titans when I'm gimped? Probably is in and of itself a telling story.
Reinforcing.
Got my...
Ending in an eagle.
Isles? I definitely dropped some. Fuck off.
Countdown
You're doing-
initiated.
Okay.
Stand by for takeoff.
Well, fucking A, you got on the ship. That means we're dead. By the way. Guess you didn't want to wait. It was killing that guy. Fake? Is it fake? It is not fake.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
The Tettles. Is Tettles the one that got in, guys? It's probably Tettles.
Today you've carved another foot in a long
Got tired of waiting.
ride to liberty.
You live here now. Yeah. I mean, are you Tettles? Are you one of the vile... Who would say that? Like, you're a resident of the planet that I live on now.
Flag forsaken legs slowing me down.
That's a new voice line, by the way. So, async compute being on, we tried it again simply because there's performance and differences from when I played again. Look, Tettles fucking extracted, guys. Shame. Performance differences, so async on actually reduces performance, which is what it did before. Average FPS, 1%, 0.1% are all down. New plasma gun, I think it could work. It just needs to auto-fire and then figure out where it goes from there. It's pretty straightforward. Evolutionary change in that weapon is just making it so it fires the moment that you charge it. Even gimped, guys.
Helldiver.
Phenomenal.
Glad to have you on board.
8.6 kilometers. Length does matter. GG.
Well done.
Fuck you, Tettles. I'm not going to say it, though.
One of Liberty's greatest heroes.
Thinking it. Okay, so Purifier is shit. For now, it can be tweaked. Tenderizer is more of a question of what they wanted this weapon to be in the first place, where the Purifier has a little kind of a unique tweak to it. What else should we try here? Tried the Purifier. Adjudicator, I do want to try again. We could try the Liberator. I mean, they tweaked it a little bit. Liberator is a good baseline gun. Floating crossbow, I suspect, will be shit. We're going to try it against the bots when we go against them. Maybe we'll try the Eruptor and see how badly it's nerfed. Scythe we're not going to try. I'm sure it's still shit. Scythe needs, like, needs a facelift. It needs a reimagining. Let's go with that. It needs a reimagining. What they want the gun to be, as opposed to what it is. Make it a little bit more unique to offset the fact that it sucks, and then at the same time make it better damage-wise. Peacemaker. Well, Peacemaker is that's a pistol. Senator, we're gonna try that too. The fucking grenade pistol, guys, is so utilitarian, though. Tough to get rid of. It's shittier than your normal grenades, but you can use it to close holes, which is actually very useful. And then you can use your normal nades for other shit. Adjudicator, I do want to try. Adjudicator was my kind of go-to fun pick, even prior to it being buffed. Even though a lot of people hate it, you just don't use it like a DMR. Dagger. Dagger, I think, is a pistol, isn't it? Yeah. Not even touching that. Guard dog still has ammo issues, as well as janky ammo reloading. Lots of ammo issues. It doesn't get ammo from ground loot either. It doesn't have enough ammo internally and in the backpack to offset it. They could make it more unique. Instead of just tweaking the damage, maybe make it a longer range. They don't even need to tweak the damage as much as make longer range. And then clip size could stay the same, and then they make the amount of ammo you can carry in the backpack much higher, like even triple it. Will probably even be where you need to be at. More of a longer range as opposed to the Laze Dog. Let's try the Ruptor. Let's see how badly the Ruptor's nerfed, because Reddit is flipping out about it. This gun is pretty terrible. This right now, its current form is pretty terrible. I think this a lot stems from the fact that it's very difficult to tell when it's fully charged. But also, even if it was fully charged, getting down the exact rhythm to fire it doesn't seem to really pay off. If it was automatically firing, it might be fine, but not the way that it is. See? There's my rocket sniper. There it is. Alright. Give it a shot. Restart my game too. I think it's a good time to grab a glass of water, guys, and bathroom. Okay, we're back.
Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty.
Hi there.
Democracy. Our way of life.
Oh, hello.
But freedom doesn't come free.
No! Sweet liberty! No!
Look familiar? Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could be next. That is, unless you make the most important decision of your life. Prove to yourself that you have the strength and the courage to be free.
Join the Helldivers.
Become part of an elite peacekeeping force!
See exotic new life forms. And spread managed democracy throughout the galaxy. Become a hero. Become a legend. Become a Helldiver.
You fucks that go and take my shit and post it on Reddit and get 17,000 upvotes, really hope you wrench me this time. Yeah. Like, fucking talked about the night literally when that post was made yesterday. Like, the post like my, when we were discussing using the night, like, literally is exactly when that post happened on Reddit. No one fucking touches a gun. No one uses this thing. Honestly, think a really cool aspect to the scythe and maybe scythe-like variants is damage ramping. When you attack a target with it, it ramps up the longer you're on target, like we were discussing with the laser cannon. Talked about making things unique, different. Discussed with the laser cannon prior to that being a 17,000 upvoted post on Reddit. Fucking here every day, guys. Almost every day. But it's less than just a DPS stick and more of something unique you use against it. Function better against bigger units. Or you could even make it so the longer it's firing, it's not even per unit. You can make it explode when it gets critical too, like the railgun too. DPS-wise, it might even be better than the Senator or the normal. Break out the calculator. And technically DPM. $1,000 raw damage. 7,000. 5,000. 1,000. Then you have to factor in things like damage per clip, and then the reload time eventually is going to factor in too. This might be actually be a pretty good breadwinner. Oh, I think it's still the Redeemer. Like if we do... $1,860 damage per clip. Magazine! $50, obviously. Yeah, so the damage per clip on this thing is a lot higher, by like 50%. You include putting aside the actual DPS of the gun itself, the damage per magazine, and the damage per minute is just much higher on it. It just makes it a much more effective weapon. I don't know what the reload times are on it, which you could figure out if you knew the reload times, and you could factor out the DPS including reload times. Like, just looking at round numbers, this is just straight up better. Both in DPS and damage per clip. Okay, let's see. Let's go try out the Ruptor, guys.
Mission coordinates locked.
Raise a flag.
Hellpods prime.
Cutter. Not sure why it does that when you go into the menu, but it does. That station rubble density. See if this was it. Adjudicator I want to try. What else do we got going on here? We're checking the nerf on this. Crossbow we'll try on the bots. Crossbow was already pretty shit to begin with. Kinda worked against bots, but not really.
Helldivers to Hellpods.
Dominator suspect is still
Helldivers to
fine.
Hellpods.
We could do a Liberator mission. We're gonna have to do, like, a lot of these we're gonna have to do tomorrow, too. Like, this is just gonna take a while. Go through all the rungs here. Stuff that looks interesting or quirky or different. Oh, because we're using the Rupture. Let's take the new pistol. I have to restart, too.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Another perfect day to defend freedom.
Yeah.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Bad people are talking. Don't talk to me. We communicate
Engaging
via
orbital
grunts
thrusters.
and emotes. That's how we communicate. We don't use words.
Orbit
Yeah.
synchronized.
Not understand. Oh my god. And understands. All right. Raise a couple flags, guys.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Ah, perfect. Why would you land in the perfectly open area? That doesn't make sense. Oh, no, you don't get to draw on the map. I draw on the map. His dog, Quasar, 500 kg. Muscles, we'll try to prompt them. Oh, got runs. Are we gonna give vitality? 80.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Our map, they're still eventually going to fix. You can tell it's like pre-generated. It's on a grid. Look at it. That's nothing new. Not that it really matters that much, but if you actually look at the background, you can see it's a grid. Ah. We got some corrosive bugs.
Deploying equipment package.
Requesting orbital.
Calling down a support weapon.
Bug tunnel breach.
Sounds more chunky. Not super. I mean, maybe it's a little.
Attack pack inbound.
Holy fuck, the recoil on this thing is insane.
Requesting air support.
see. But
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
I mean, that's not. These are more heavily armored units. That's not super terrible so far. We'll see.
Sending in an eagle.
Fucking Reddit. Excuse you.
Get some! Get some!
Supplies.
Tagging map. Southeast. 100 meters.
What? I hit it twice. Sometimes you can still see these things. I think it's because of the height of it. See them through the fog.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Oh, yeah.
Requesting orbital strike.
You're not saluting, you piece of shit.
Tagging location. Southeast.
Sending in an eagle.
Definitely been nerfed. I mean, it staggers them too. It's pretty insane.
Mag's empty! Mag's empty! Last reload! How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Hey, bud.
Found something.
Rare sample collected. Got a sample.
There's the second one. There we go.
Sending in an eagle.
That's for you guys.
Bug tunnel free. Have a taste of democracy.
Are losing some ammo. Oh, because the radius is smaller, it probably can act. Oh, that's still pretty big.
Heavy.
That's what she said.
Close.
Requesting air support.
Calling down a sentry.
Mag's empty. Calling down supplies.
Sending in an eagle.
We might. No, we're alive. You can see he wanted to fuck.
How'd
You
like
could
the
see he
taste
wanted to
of
pull the
freedom?
fucking trigger right there. Ammo is actually an issue now. Somewhat.
Freedom never sleeps!
Mag's empty.
Apparently, one resupply does not give you full ammo for your sidearm, though. Which is kind of weird.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh. I'd say the Ruptor's still fine. At least from what I see right now, Ruptor's still fine. Not nearly as good as what it was, so. Yeah.
Outpost.
Sending in an eagle.
Ow, ow.
Not today.
Still close bug holes? It can. It fucking can. Yeah. You're right, the Ruptor can still do this, guys? Isn't that ridiculous? Of course, you have to actually get it near it.
Bug tunnel breach.
It was easier before because of the extended radius on...
Requesting air support. New mag.
the radius on it.
Found something.
Rare sample acquired.
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
Fire in the hole.
Oh, it's not as forgiving as it was.
Get some.
Still can clear it pretty easily.
Requesting air support.
Last reload.
Reinforcing.
Fuck you and your aim assist. I saw that. No, not the grenade.
I need stim.
All right.
Calling in reinforcements.
Ah, I had to try and thread between them. There's a fucking Congo line of 3 of them. Okay, I was like, how are you still alive?
Reinforcing.
His head did pop off and he died.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Reporting to the front.
Hey, get off my fucking body. God damn, Joel. All that pent up anger. What the fuck's going on here?
Orbital inbound.
It's actually closed. It doesn't look like it's closed, but it is. A Raptor is 100% still pretty good, guys. Fuck Reddit.
Requesting air support.
You don't even... It's supposed to be a sniper rifle. You don't fucking need to aim it. You don't even need to fucking aim it and use it like a sniper at all. Oh, it also can close bug holes, by the way. Not really a stratagem anymore you can take, but... Alright, where's my body now? Right here.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Holy fucking
How'd you like
shit.
the taste of freedom?
What is going on here? What is that? That's a fake. Rock?
Requesting sentry.
Main objective near your
Sending in an eagle.
Cat pack inbound.
Got. Try and get him stuck here for a little bit.
Down a support
There you go.
Mag's empty.
See that? Oh, yeah, killed. Eh. Bird line over there.
How about a nice cup of liberty? You will never destroy our way of life.
Ah, someone's trying to kill a charger with a laser cannon. I think you can if you shoot it in the pooper, but not normally. Ah, fake rocks. Don't even slow them down. Yeah, no, Rupture's pretty good. I'd actually say it may be on par with other guns now. It's not really a fucking sniper rifle still, but I think it really needs to be a sniper, does it?
Bug tunnel breach.
What do you mean? I didn't even trigger you. Why are you looking at me?
Delivering payload.
Where's the... There it is. Gonna gather them up. Get a 2 for special here.
Freedom forever!
Get kicked. That's fine. Might not be fine if we get fucking Shrimpy here.
Ending in an eagle! Over here and see what this is. I think, hey, buddy. Oh, we're out of, alright.
Sending in an eagle. Calling down a sentry.
I think we'll still end up using, if I need a pistol, we're still going to end up using the machine pistol. The reason for that is the much higher ammo per clip, or much higher damage per clip, excuse me. Put it up. There we go. Load.
Requesting orbital.
Tactical asset near your
Good,
location.
good. Exactly sure what's going on there. Oh, he's dead now. Let's go southwest.
Bug tunnel breach.
Throwing supply beacon!
Package acquired. Dropping package.
We have these we gotta use up. On the sieve.
Here comes the cavalry. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Sample collected. Rare sample acquired.
Those.
Last reload!
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Supplies.
Yep.
Requesting air support.
The one withdrawing to rearm.
Ready.
Enemy tactical asset within range.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Requesting air support.
How'd you like the taste of
Package
freedom?
acquired. Dropping package.
You might die. That was unfortunate timing. Also unfortunate timing. Alright.
Throwing supply!
Do this manual.
Fire in the hole!
Okay.
Calling in reinforcements.
Reinforcing.
What? That is gone. Dead.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Also dead.
Main objective near your position.
Yeah, no, Ruptor's fine, guys. Plasma. Reddit definitely overreacted on this one. It's not nearly as good as it was, because it was insanely fucking good, but this is somewhat normal, I would say now, as opposed to what it used to be. It just still doesn't make sense in terms of a sniper rifle. And if they really wanted to be assholes, they could force you to basically have to do this to fire the thing. Like, you have to go into the ADS mode to fire the thing, which would make it next to... not useless, but it would definitely impose restrictions on how you use it. Be really annoying. There's something to the southeast.
Requesting tac pack.
I don't know if I care enough to run down there.
Sending in an eagle.
Go this way.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Iron all the weapons insanely good. They all need to instantly kill everything and do everything well in the game. I know. Still, can fucking close bug holes, which is absurd.
200 meters.
Bug outpost spotted!
Supplies.
Fake rocks! God damn it, Joel. Getting better at hiding them, guys.
Another step towards
Right, headshot the guy.
liberation. You may extract when ready.
Sending in an eagle!
Attack underway.
For prosperity!
Ooh.
Not today!
Huh?
Sending in an eagle!
There. Fuck is it?
Requesting air support!
No. Okay. We're in flames. For democracy, you better believe it. Got his other leg.
Get
Oh.
some! Get some!
We got too many dicks in the pie.
Keep liberty.
Too many chefs in the kitchen. That's fucking up all the lines. Got it regardless.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Point me to
You're
the
dead,
enemy.
because I have to fucking fall off here now. Oh. Good. It's a Ruptor, which is from Last Warbond, which is a sniper rifle that does explosive damage, but you don't fucking use it like a sniper. And Reddit got flipped out that it got nerfed twice. It got nerfed twice, but it's still in a very usable state. It's actually still fucking weird that the game took so long to catch on to how OP and broken it was. Because it was insanely broken.
Sending in an eagle.
Yes. Let's see what kind of shit they threw in here. Look at that. That was a cluster bomb. Cool. Thanks, Benji.
Calling down a sentry.
Yeah. It still does AoE damage and it's still really good. So, it's just not as good as it was. kill me. No, not the leg. Another fucking dude. I'm gonna throw the 380 in the middle of nowhere on top of the guy that I just spawned.
Requesting orbital strike.
Since all the nerfs, there weren't really nerfs. What? All the nerfs? What nerfs? There is definitely a narrative that the entire game's been nerfed in the ground, which is fucking weird, but I don't think that's true at all. Some of the stuff's actually fun to use now, too. Throw that right there. Is that the new thing the fucking casters are talking about, though? Everything's been nerfed. Bomb's been nerfed. Now fucking, they hate the kids too, and oh my god, we might be dead here. We're 100% dead. Ah, they weren't nerfs. There are some things that are nerfed. I haven't tried the crossbow. I assume the crossbow's been nerfed. The Ruptor was nerfed. It's still very usable. There's a lot of things that have been buffed. The Tickler is good now. The Plasma Grenade Launcher is good now. Against bugs, that is. The Tickler is actually probably one of the best weapons you can use against bugs right now. Tickler is very good. We're using it earlier. I don't think there's ever been as many weapons that you can actually use in the game that are remotely viable. That's what Reddit's saying, though, is everything's getting fucking nerfed. And occasionally you have the guy that comes in and corrects it, but like the damage basically has been done at this point, so fucking weird. Like, one of the reasons I quit playing the game is because I was using the same fucking 3 weapons, because there's nothing, like, all the guns suck. There are still a lot of guns that need to be buffed. Hey, bud. Here, let me reach underneath your asshole here. No. Yeah, just let me get right up in there. Let me get right up in there. There we go. God. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, hey, look, there's another fucking charger behind the rock. Okay. Alright. Yeah. That right there. Let's go through here, thread the needle a little bit.
50 meters. Heavy, northwest. Close.
Got a good, juicy 500 kg. Yeah, Ruptor is a hunt. It was fucking SS tier as far as how good it was. So it definitely got nerfed. This thing's still good.
Have a taste of democracy.
And it's still not a sniper rifle. It's like a fucking shotgun rocket gun. I don't even... And the fucking radius on it's still fucking huge too. You had crazy stuttering at one point. Yeah, that would definitely make things horrible. The FPS, I would say, is lower since I came back. Bitch. It's this is the mutator where the fucking smoke comes in, and then these things fucking spawn in the smoke, which is really annoying. Like, whenever you see that yellow haze come in, these things spawn in it. Multiple things spawn in it. But the fucking ticks spawn in it, mainly.
Calling in orbital strike.
Bug breach is. It's too close.
Requesting orbital.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Oh.
I need supplies.
Oh, we're probably dead. There we go.
Reinforcing.
Yeah, you know, it's almost like it's intentional that there's some danger involved with using it, where it occasionally lobotomizes you and you die. If we had to put a mechanic on that, I would say that's intentional danger. Oh look, I'm in the middle of a 380. Okay. Bugs don't care about 380s. Every single one of those rounds fell on me.
Request approved.
Every single fucking goddamn round from the 380.
Ready to liberate. Sending in an eagle.
Ah, spicy one.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. ETA T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Radius is definitely smaller,
Sending in an eagle.
but it's still pretty fucking big.
Get some! Get some!
Reinforcing.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
Oh, they fucking bug spawns!
Jack back inbound.
Requesting air support.
T-minus 1
Behind the fake dildo rocks. Fuck you.
Democracy.
I think there's bug holes there, but they're clearly not bug holes there.
Now that's what I call liberty.
New man.
There's bug holes there, actually. Joel's trying to keep me from my vials. He knows I want them. It's actually like so the thing, even though it looks kind of random, it's definitely not completely random. You can definitely kind of control the yaw and pitch to it depending on how you move around. Oh my god.
Calling down a support weapon.
Who the fuck threw a fucking napalm? What the fuck is this? Like, you can kind of control where it's going and work around basically the laser beam so it doesn't kill you. Depending on which way you turn and move.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Launching orbital strike.
Oh, I need this.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
This is for my soul. I need this. This is for me. This is for me. This is my enjoyment.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Oh, that's a nice 500 kg, by the way.
Pelican 1, arriving.
Go around the backside.
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Dead. Yeah, fuck you, Joel. Oh, look at 380, waiting to kill us right as we extract.
Objective Pelican 1, preparing to depart.
All right.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Marking extraction point.
Engaging. I'll take it.
On my way.
Extraction complete.
Those 100% could kill us, guys. They didn't. You threw the dice, but those could definitely have landed on us and just all die. And then someone gets in the fucking ship and takes off.
Right side of history.
Yeah, it is. I do miss railgun meta of blowing off limbs and then shooting up the limb. I think that was actually pretty. Even though it was an art form. It was 100% an art form doing that. And the railgun buff was not a buff. Well, it was a buff, but it's not good enough to make it viable. So, still sucks. Eruptor, still good. Eruptor is definitely not broken. Not OP fucking broken good, but it's still good. So, viable. And it also closes bug holes, as it turns out, which is actually pretty fantastic. You do occasionally run into the ammo limits on it. As with many things, Reddit seems to have flipped out over nothing. Oh. 7.2 kilometers. Oh my god, so big.
Welcome back. The Terminids you defeated will soon fuel the war effort.
Okay, so Ruptor is fine. Let's try the Adjudicator, because it actually got a buff, and it was alright to begin with. It was usable.
Mission coordinates
Let's
locked.
let's go back to the grenade pistol. Utility on the grenade pistol is hard to beat.
Orbit synchronized.
But yeah, I would say as far as like the amount of things you can actually use in the game right now, it's never been higher. People are just obsessed about when they lose stuff.
Here?
Ruptor was extremely good.
What about here?
I know, because I refused to use it after the first 2 missions after it dropped, because it was so OP. And then it took people in game like 3 weeks to actually figure out it was good. And I used it for a week after launch because I thought it was going to be everywhere, and it wasn't. Napalm, Blaze, Clays, and 500 kgs again. Stratagems definitely need to be buffed. Some of the stuff is still shit in the game. But there's a lot more stuff that you can actually use now, which is good. Good and good. We're going to try bots maybe tomorrow-ish. What gun? Which? You're talking about the Adjudicator? Adjudicator was marketed as a DMR, but it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, is basically a heavy LMG. Or a heavy assault rifle, excuse me.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Oh, the Ruptor? Yeah. It's basically a fucking shotgun rocket launcher. It's still not a sniper rifle. There's a lot of ways they could actually make it more of a sniper if they wanted to, but yeah, the way it's things are balanced in the game does not seem to match up with. Always seem to match up exactly with the. What? Why is this on semi?
New mag!
Requesting orbital.
Requesting air support.
Alright. Another fucking 380. God.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Oh my god. Is that a fucking stalker already? Oh my god. We might die to the 500 kg. Oh, this is much more controllable. Like, insanely much more controllable. This thing used to jump all over the fucking place.
New mag!
Hey guys, I need to ask you to run away so I can... Ah, shit.
Requesting air support.
Oh, that's not good. Morning, Sanjo. How's your day going, dude? Actually, really could use my stuff.
Freedom never sleeps.
Over here. Hey guys. Yeah. Still in the canister, so I can't see it on the map. It needs to pop out of the canister so you can see it on the map. You can see it in the canister without popping out of the canister. Okay. You're still fucking alive. You mean? But now you're dead. This thing is infinitely more controllable than it was before.
Prepare to exterminate. Sending in an eagle. Got a sample.
But
Sending out an SOS. I need supplies. Sending in an eagle. I need supplies. For prosperity!
I need Diff!
Not a
Calling
thing!
down a support weapon.
My leg!
No.
Calling in reinforcements!
That is the sound of someone overstaying their welcome, by the way. You need a little bit of,
Rare sample acquired!
fuck, get out of here! I know Joel sent you here to kill me.
Requesting air support.
Jesus Christ.
Calling in reinforcements.
So this was against the bugs. This was viable before. It was kind of borderline viable, but I liked using it because it's a very DACA-y weapon. And DACA weapons are fantastic. Any day you want to fire, Lazy Dog, I'm here for you, baby boo. Taking a break. It's his
On my position.
union time off right now.
Found something.
Bug outpost spotted!
Fucking miss all the shots in him.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting air support!
Democracy's on its way.
New man!
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
Sending in an eagle. Orbital inbound.
Too late, boo. It's too late. It's all over.
Sending in an eagle.
Out of ammo!
Missed.
Calling in
Bug
orbital
tunnel!
Hey, bud.
Calling in reinforcements. Requesting air support. Heavy west.
No, no.
Southwest.
Didn't get stuck, guys.
Reinforcing.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I do think they really need to show you a damage drop-off graph, like in PlanetSide 2. And they also need to give you a number for like armor pen, so you know what the fucking armor pen is, because it actually matters a lot.
Reporting to the front!
That's actually really a really important stat for people to understand the game, and it's not in the game. Flavor text isn't cutting it. God damn it. Why would you do this? Like, it doesn't even pay for me to run away from this, because it's fucking everywhere. Why the fuck would you do this? Now we're just playing RNG on whether or not it's going to fall on my face. Is it going to fall on my face? We're going to find out. I have better things to spend my luck on than a 380mm barrage in fucking Helldivers 2. Using all my luck up right now. And if the fucking 380 was enough, he just drops a cluster bomb on me. Okay, bro. Okay. You won.
Approved. Reinforcements have
He's surviving the 380. We have to kill him right now.
Ready to liberate!
Oh, no.
Tagging map. Northwest. 100 meters.
Sending in an eagle. Stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
We close this? Yes, we did.
Requesting sentry.
380 is probably one of the most worthless things in the game. It kills your teammates, almost guaranteed to kill your teammates.
Reinforcing.
Not most worthless, but like it is so limited in usefulness, and you'll almost always die to it.
I need supplies.
Just It doesn't even kill the enemies in it either. Like I said, they should have kept the same size. Should have been the same size. And then just doubled the amount of projectiles it fires. Hey, bud.
Requesting air support!
Coming in hot.
Fog tunnel breach! Sending in an eagle! Get some! Get some!
Requesting orbital.
Requesting air support.
Yeah, so this gun, while it was barely usable before, I'd say it's probably about exactly pretty good. Definitely,
Tactical asset within range.
definitely a good go-to. Depends on how it works against bots, but bots in general are kind of...
Reinforcing!
Holy fucking cocks.
I'm bleeding out!
Try and stop them a little bit here. Maybe get them to group up. There we go.
Have a taste of democracy!
Oh, he's delimbed. That's not what we want to see. Yeah? Running over there to stim you, you can die and I'll res you. How about that? Oh, we probably should activate the extraction. I thought someone already... I thought they already did this.
Requesting air support!
Bro, you got like literally... Okay. Oh, he just walked back into that. Okay.
Requesting air support! Calling in reinforcements!
Might be a fake rock. Okay. Definitely a 380 over there. Like a 110 could be useful in what like if you're taking a 380 and you want to do what you're doing with the 380, just take a 110. Because you can throw it closer to where we are, and it's more concentrated fire, and generally kind of better. And you're less likely to kill your teammates. 110 possibly has a use case, but 380s, just, I don't... Only going to get more difficult, more, without stratagems, so... You know what would be great is if you can get a stratagem that's a power fist. Chainsaw sword's obviously pretty cool, but you could also do a power fist, so when you melee, it's an actual power fist. That'd be pretty fantastic. Oh my god.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Where the fuck is resupply? I saw one. Pretty good. I want like this gun definitely needed buffs. It was barely usable before, but I'd say this is pretty much on par with the. I'd say this is a good gun if you want to use it for bugs. We haven't done any bots any yet, but this gun really sucked against bots before. Accurate enough, it seemed like it bounced too much. Yep, just numbers. You get used to it. I use control to toggle and then numbers to dial it in. And I have really high sensitivity, so you see my camera spin around. That's because I take my hand off the mouse.
Heavy, southwest, close.
Where'd that autocannon go? Is there a backpack for it?
T-minus 10 seconds.
Ocean 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
Bug tunnel breach!
Oh. Alright.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20
No, you bitch! Okay. What the fuck? Did anyone even get on?
They gave their last
What?
breath.
What the fuck was that?
Mortality of managed
It just lifted off with no one in it prior to the countdown going off. What? I see. Joel? I think we need to file a bug report, Joel. Yeah, that's still in the game, by the way. Usually it's when one person gets in, but no one got in. Everyone failed to extract. And it was definitely didn't wait for 20 seconds. Huh. That's still a bug, guys. But yeah, it takes some getting used to. The longer you stay on WASD for the stratagems, the harder it gets. I was on them for like a week or two prior to changing the stratagem keys to arrows. And it is uncomfortable at first because you have to take your hand off your mouse and you really don't want to do that. Yeah. I had that happen maybe twice. When the game first came out, I was really buggy getting like to host and shit and finding people prior to figuring out how to game the system, which seems to be completely fixed now, by the way. It wasn't 2 weeks ago, now it is. Where basically you have to restart your game every time you want to start a new mission. I'd have people that were assholes occasionally in games that I was in. Not always, but occasionally. I just host games all the time now. I don't see a reason why not. Joel, did you crash my game? Did you debug and log my game and then just crash it? I better get my stats. God damn it, Joel. You fucking VPNs into my game, crashes my game. And I was like, oh, I guess I'll gather a bug report from this game, and then now we can't even get a end game summary anymore. By the way, this usually happens when someone times out, so Alt F4. So Adjudicator, I would say, is good. Eruptor is still good, and I'd say Eruptor is basically on par with Adjudicator. The two interesting things right now are probably the Plasma Grenade Launcher as well as the Tickler. Both seem to be pretty good against bugs. We have not tried robots yet. Railgun sucks still. Eruptor was not nerfed into the ground. People are dumb. Hummler is good if you get overwhelmed by enemies constantly. I think that'd be a gun for you, but you could also just use the Tickler, and I think the Tickler might even be better than the Pummler as a CC control. Concussive Liberator needs to be buffed. There's a lot of guns that need to be buffed. Some that, even then when they buffed them, they didn't make them good enough to actually function properly. The Tickler is a Blitzer, by the way, if you're curious what that is. Adjudicator's good. Not tried Exploding Crossbow. Try that tomorrow. We'd have to go to the bots, too, and see what's going on with them. God damn it, Joel. Someone already quit. We have not tried the Airburst rocket launcher yet. A lot of people said that sucks, and it got fixed. problem with taking something that's only good against light units is you have to have something you can use against heavy units. The reality of one stratagem weapon is you take something that's good against everyone, or, excuse me, light units or heavy units, and that's it. Or I guess you take the autocannon? Yeah, say the new plasma gun is shit. They could fix it by making it auto fire. Just auto cycle every time it's full charge. Probably would be pretty good, but it's not. The new SMG is decent if you want crowd control added to your guns. Oh, the pastel assault rifle is pretty shitty, unless I'm missing something on it. Here. Might have to Alt F4. I don't think we're going to get endgame stats here, guys. I tab out and then tab back in. Maybe I can disconnect everyone in the lobby. It didn't do it. It's a good way to get everyone to basically, like, get your game to stutter and then everyone disconnects. We did that earlier on accident. Accidentally alt-tabbed and then everyone just dropped out of the game. Railgun is very sad, Panda. Senator, I have not tried. Whatever, we'll get it in the mail. Someone either Alt F4 their game. I don't know exactly what does it. Good morning, Kaz. How's the new Warbond? It's alright. The balancing patch a week and a half ago was basically the star of right now. Warbond's alright. The Pummeler is okay if you're looking for a crowd control weapon. So you get overwhelmed constantly by enemies. I would say the assault rifle sucks. The new plasma gun sucks. Both can be fixed. The assault rifle is more of a question mark of what they wanted to do with it. And I'm not exactly sure, and I don't think they know what they wanted to do with it, which is why it's just kind of a shitty Liberator. The new pistol is alright, but it's just kind of an in-between a Senator and, like, the Redeemer or Peacemaker. I'd still say the Redeemer's the go-to. The damage per, not only the damage per capacity or per magazine is very high, but also the DPS is very high, too. 240. It's not offset at all. Barely know. This is just basically the best pistol. This is alright. We're using it as very high recoil for the pistol and for what it is, though. Which is kind of weird. This guy needs to be fixed or buffed. If it automatically fired when it charged, it would be much better. Like, it's automatic, but it's not. I've not tried the booster, don't really care about the booster. Armor new effects? No. Kind of, like, I think they're, like, struggling to balance the game in general right now, like, figuring out what they want to do with the weapons. So, armors, I think, are kind of sidelined right now until they actually know what they want to do for, basically, things like this. We talked about how they could add a crafting system to the game where you could basically get a piece of armor and then you could craft the passive to put on the armor, which I thought would be pretty cool. Pilt said on Twitter that they weren't ever going to do anything like that, though. So, probably not. Probably because they also want an excuse to sell more armor, but, you know, they can sell stuff. That's entirely possible. But no new passives as far as I know. People care an awful lot about the passives. I don't know why. The things in the game that actually make things fun is legitimately the weapons. The weapons, the grenades, stratagems. They need a balancing pass on their stratagems now, too. Again. Because a lot of them are just unusable. And there's a problem with the duality of stratagems where I could take an machine gun or a stalwart or even maybe a flamethrower or a heavy machine. You know, like there's cool shit, but then you can't kill the big units. So I used the HMG for a little bit, and then we just got to build up a Bile Titans that basically no one killed. So a lot of cool things in the game, but they don't really use them. All the turrets suck. Fields, the minefields are all terrible. Minefields are absolutely horrible. Shield generator, they could actually make pretty cool if they wanted to. They could turn this like mid into a deployable backpack. So instead, it's a backpack you take and you put on the ground, and then you can pick it back up and reuse it. It'd actually be pretty neat. Like a deployable you put down on the ground, and obviously can still blow up, but all different sorts of cool shit they could do right now. But a lot of things in this game. Lots of things going on. Redeemer. Yeah, the machine pistol. Machine pistol is still the best pistol by far. 100%. Just in DPS as well as overall damage per meg, which is usually what they trade off with. Damage per meg is extremely high, as is the DPS as well. There's really no downside to using it. They increase the recoil, which I guess I haven't tried the recoil to see if it's that high, but my guess is it isn't. So basically you're stuck between either using a Redeemer or just using a Senator. I guess you could use the Verdict instead of the Senator, but you know, the Senator is just cooler, so why wouldn't you use that, right? And then there's Utility Pistol, which is insanely good. Bird to go with this shit bird down here. Tickler, the Tickler is good. This guy is also pretty good against bugs. Surprisingly, has actually turned out to be pretty good. Eruptor's still good. You got their assault rifle SMGs, which I don't like, we're talking about, like, basically how real-life guns, basically SMGs are almost always extremely high fire rate, mainly because of the caliber ammo they're using. Otherwise, this would be a carbine, or carbine, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Which they could make carbines, but they're basically assault rifles, or variant of assault rifles. Which also wouldn't make sense, because you'd expect this, like, slow-firing, hard-hitting weapons to be like, you know, the Adjudicator, right? Instead of an SMG. But here we are. Registration issues. Tonight, though, guys, we'll probably take a look at... There is the Diligence. We could try the Counter Sniper. Obviously, we aren't going to try the original Diligence, because it's probably just a shitty version of the Diligence Counter Sniper. Let's see what's going on there. My guess is, like, why? You have the Ruptor guys. You have this guy, right? You have this fuck. Why would you ever use these? They just kind of, like, the whole Eruptor just kind of went out way in left field here, and it's got people used to what this is, and it's a little bit too good for a stratagem. Now it's pretty balanced, I would say, but when it first launched, this was literally a stratagem weapon that you could basically use as a primary, and it shouldn't have been. And that's what people got used to, and why people complained when it got nerfed, because basically they brought it back down to the rest of the weapons, so, yeah. You want to akimbo the two of those SMGs? I mean, maybe that's a possibility they could do. Make your fucking hands go all over the place or something? I don't know. Your buddy was trying to tell you that balancing would be easier if you had a role like Tank Medic. No thanks, I don't want to do either of those. You could balance the game using role system if you wanted to. I don't think that's what this game is, though. You could 100% do that, but it doesn't mean it's automatically going to be better. There's been, throughout history of video games, there's always been games that have done a class-based system and then games that have done kind of a more inventory-based system, right? Either of those two can be balanced, and in the case of a class-based system, generally you can add unique things to it, more of an RPG elements, right? Which is probably what he's eventually getting at. You end up with Battlefield kind of stylization. That does not inherently mean it's going to be better. You could do that. You can do a lot of things in video game development if you wanted to. But in the case of this game, they basically changed kind of the identity for it, and I don't really see a point of doing that. I'm not against them adding support roles to the game, not as in a class, but rather, you know, you can ad hoc support itself. Like right now, you have like a supply pack. You could be the shield ninny. You carry around the shield generator, right? Where we talked about basically how it's put on the ground. Instead, you could carry it around like a backpack and deploy it on the ground, and then people can stand under it, and you pick it back up when it's used up, and it recharges, and you go and put it back down. And, you know, you can do like a medic role if you wanted to. I'm not against that. I think switching completely to a class-based system might not be the best way to go at this game, because this isn't what this game is. So it's a way you could balance the game for sure, but I don't think that's a good direction for this game, because it's not where they went with this game. So generally, when you're balancing stuff, you have to stay within the confines of like what the developers want. So if you're coming up with an idea to rebalance stuff for a game, you should probably fit the kind of direction that the game's going in, right? So while you could rebalance this game entirely for a class-based system, that's not what this game is right now. So you could, yeah, I mean, you could, to be fair, you could do that. You can do a lot of things, but I don't think there's a reason to do that. So there's a lot of things you can balance in this game and make it better. Currently, once again, they have to go through and do weapon differentiation across basically all the weapons here, because essentially you're just ending with a lot of stat sticks. They kind of are maintaining sort of areas, but not really, because then you still come back to the fucking thing like the, you know, you come back to the giant stat stick like the Dominator that just does a lot of damage, right? It has decent pen and it's long range. It's a fucking laser rifle, but it's supposed to be a shotgun, but it's not. So, and we talked about basically how they could maintain an identity for the Dominator, because jet-propelled rounds are actually a thing from real life. Jet-propelled, we talked about this all at the beginning of the stream. Jet-propelled rounds were actually not really experimental. It was a gun they sold for a while. It was called the Jet Pistol, I think it was called. And they had an assault rifle version of it, too. Never went anywhere, but they had, occasionally you can still find videos, which are actually pretty cool, on YouTube. So normally a shell, like a bullet, right, it sits on top of the shell. It fires out because the gunpowder ignites, the shell casing gets ejected. In the case of the jet pistol rounds, basically it had the gunpowder inside of the shell, or inside of the bullet, so when it ignited, it would basically cause the bullet to excel. But the thing about it was because the gunpowder is burning inside of the round, they would actually get faster the further away they are, because it'd take more time to reach max speed. So it's imagining like having a muzzle on your gun that's much, much longer, right? You have more distance where you can excel. Obviously, in real life, it didn't really go anywhere, and they had all sorts of issues with it, but you could do something right then. In the case of this gun, where we talk about basically how they have damage fall off, instead they could have a damage ramp up. The longer distance away you are, the more damage it actually does, because the rounds excel, and they get faster the further away the enemies are, right? Pretty fucking cool. But in the case of this is just a stat stick, so it doesn't matter. Dominator's still pretty good. Yeah, you can do you. There's like I said, when Flames came in here, like, it was from your friends or just the common consensus on Twitter and Reddit, which is the game is they nerfed everything into the ground, and it's not. There are more viable weapons than there were when I quit 2 weeks ago. When I stopped to go play Overwatch, there are many more weapons you can actually use right now than when I quit. There's a lot more. There's a lot more things you can use. And one of the reasons I quit was because I was using the fucking same 3 weapons. I was using the Adjudicator prior to it getting buffed because it was something different, and honestly, it wasn't that bad, but I was so bored of just using like a fucking Dominator or using the Slugger that I just needed something different, right? And it does work. It just works better now. How's Overwatch 2? Lots of fucking people cheating. I'd say the game's kind of dead in terms of the player base, and it's very difficult to not only find comp games, especially if you play late night, because I stream late. Normally I'm done by now, but we've just been kind of talking a little bit here, so... normally I'm done by now, but late night games, not only is there basically it takes forever to get queues, but then at the same time you get a lot of the same people, so as a streamer I get stream sniped too on top of it, and the queues are long, so it's not very fun. I think you could probably still, if you want to play quick play, you could 100% play it and have fun. It depends on what you're actually into. Lots of fucking cheating. I'd say there's a lot more cheating in Overwatch than there is in Apex. I talk extensively about cheating to the point at which people get angry about it, mainly because they don't think people cheat at video games, or they have some sort of illusion, or I'm delusional, or whatever. If you're ever bored, guys, and don't go cheating yourself, because I know you're better than that, type Overwatch 2 cheats in Google, and we can have a legitimate discussion at it after you spend an hour or two browsing Google. So, because it's extremely easy to cheat at Overwatch right now. But that's the way the world is. So, I mentioned before, after we get bored, I'm probably going to be coming back to... We're going to make this a routine, by the way, is I'm probably, when I get bored of Helldivers, we're going to come back on every Warbond and play it for a bit, and then I'm going to get bored of it, and then it basically just depends on how long it takes me to cycle through the stuff and enjoyment in the game itself. And at some point, they're going to add Illuminate, so we'll play it even more. It is very, very rare for me to actually play a PvE game. I need the PvP enjoyment. I need to have the interaction. It's very rare for me to actually enjoy a PvE game and just be able to play it, because I need to have the human interaction, which, by the way, they can add PvP to this game, and no, I am not saying to add Destiny PvP to this game. There are some people like, why isn't there Destiny PvP in this game? It would be so much fun. Oh, I get to run around with an Eruptor and insta-kill people. That would be fantastic. No, it wouldn't. We've talked about it before, but there's all different sorts of ways that you can do PvP in video games. And in the case of this game, for instance, we talked about, obviously well off in the future when they get past their growing woes that are happening right now. It definitely could be a milestone for this game. As you get into a PvP aspect to it, and I know I do not mean add just 1v1 PvP or some shit like that, or 5v5s. You'd end up with something kind of like Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead PvP, if you guys are familiar with it, is essentially like having one group that's basically what you play in Left 4 Dead, and then you have another group that represents the monsters. But in the case of the monsters, they're disposable. They can do little different weird things to kind of offset and basically make the survivors take longer to win or fail completely. But the idea is you're just more of creating shenanigans, and it's more about the meta or the econ, the overall game, as opposed to 1v1ing or insta-killing someone. So if you have someone that, for instance, is running around as a stalker trying to kill people, can he kill them? Probably. Or a charger. Like, they could play special units, which is the case of Left 4 Dead. Could they kill you? Maybe. But will the Helldivers more than likely kill them? For sure. And that's the point, is the idea that you're just supposed to hamper or fuck with the other side, but not to the point at which you are actually an adversary, right? You're not just straight up 1v1ing, 1-digging versus 1-digging, going back and forth and shooting around corners and shit. It's a very non-traditional way of looking at PvP. The alternate is, as is the case because I grew up in the 2000s and early 90s, where I had LAN parties and we played a lot of Source mods. Mods for Source as well as old Half-Life, so Half-Life 1, Source is Half-Life 2. Played a lot of old mods, which is basically where a lot of developers got started, right? Played a lot of Source mods, and there's a lot of really cool stuff that's basically now indie games. Anyone that wants to make a mod just makes indie games nowadays. But when I grew up, we played through a lot of different fucking concepts. Another one of which is your FPS RTS. So in the case of Helldivers 2, you have someone that, you have their Helldivers, right? But then you also have someone that might be playing an RTS version of Helldivers, in which they're playing the overall units. They're playing basically the Zerg commander, and they send units into different areas to try and kill the enemy. It's not directly like going back and forth between each other, right? Having like this direct confrontation, but you're adding a more organic experience to the game and a more PvP experience to the game, which people can appreciate. Kind of arguably like Joel is doing this right now, right? With the you could call it the director in the background, the AI director, which is, I wish it would be more have more actual mechanics to it, because a lot of it's just spawning patrols and despawning patrols, as opposed to actually having functional buildings on the map that you have to blow up that represent assets. Sometimes there is, for instance, Stalker Nest, right? And Stalker Nest will spawn enemies, and then you got the Shrike Nest, which will spawn enemies. Shrike Nest usually tweaks, so when you start shooting them, they spawn enemies and come across you from across the map, but that's another issue, but yeah. Anyways, there's a lot of ways you could actually add PvP to the game without actually, and by the way, I expect this idea to be on Reddit tomorrow, as was my idea, as is everything we talk about our stream, and then get 17,000 upvotes. But there's a lot of different ways you can actually add different things to the game and not be traditional, or not be as like just, hey, let's add Destiny PvP, which I honestly don't think Destiny PvP is that good, but hey, let's add Destiny PvP to this game that clearly is not made for it, But they could, at some point, they could add a milestone to this game in forms of a PvP that's just non-traditional. It's not a normal way. You have a bug commander, or you have people playing special little little insects, right? That just aren't really that strong, but they're designed there to hamper. And, you know, the way that they win is different than the way that Helldivers win. Helldivers win by protecting, you know, getting out objectives and such. And it could just be by, I don't know, like number of... Oh, what do you... Like, besides just having direct confrontation for the objectives, what would you do for that? That's kind of a thinker, though. If you, like, wanted to go outside the norm of how you score basically one side winning versus the other side winning, and still have it so either side wins or both sides don't even lose at the end of it, for instance. It'd be a different way of doing that. Maybe the amount of time that they take to complete the mission, or amount of expended lives. Even make like some sort of objective that the bugs are trying to accomplish too, that the Helldivers then have to stop. There's a lot of different cool things you could do. I mean, enemies killed is directly confrontational, right? You have like a Helldivers is number of enemies you killed. Bugs number of enemies killed isn't going to be the same because the bugs are not directly 1v1ing. They aren't balanced, like they wouldn't, in what I'm talking about, they would not be balanced 1v1. So a Helldiver would be stronger than whoever's playing the bugs. The idea is numbers, lives, and just kind of fucking around with the other side. Samples collected. You can prevent samples collected too, like hindering the enemy in general, right? But
when your children sprint to the Liberty Day pyre to pull presents from the flames, make sure they get the gift they deserve. The gift of Helldivers. Because Super Earth isn't just about the heroes on the front. It's about the heroes right here at home.
oh, I fucking want to go drop on a planet and die right now. But anyways, yeah. Anyways, there's lots of really cool... the whole idea, the whole aspect I'm trying to get out here, though, is the fact that games have generally, in the last, like, 2 decades, kind of stagnated, especially last decade, have very much stagnated in kind of this us versus them, Counter-Strike team versus team 5v5 mentality, and mirror balanced, and you don't need to do that. There are a lot of different ways you can actually have PvP in a game and not have it be a direct confrontation in the form that you would see in like Overwatch or in Valorant or in League of Legends, right? Where it's just a team versus team, unit versus unit. There's different ways and meta ways you could actually look at the game and make it kind of cool. And there's a lot of ways you can look at it. Anyways, well off milestone, but there's a lot of people that are like, no, this game should not have PvP in it, and here's why. Or because Destiny 2 isn't this game, which I'd agree with. But at the same time, you can looking further past that, there is potential for PvP, just not in a traditional Destiny sense, right? But either way, okay. You guys are getting me talking, and I'm already over, guys. We're going to have to call things here for this morning, guys. Tonight will be more Helldivers 2. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed watching me run around and die, well, actually not die, just kill stuff, make sure to follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, as well as Trovo. Every day, from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North America time. I usually stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. It depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Pilst, I expect to see that offer in my mailbox. Yeah, I know you're talking to my agent right now, so you're going to have to hook me up here so I can balance your game for you. I guess maybe I'm giving away too much and I'm already balancing his game without actually getting paid. Yeah, I'm balancing their game without actually being an employee. And that's fantastic, but and no one's talking about me. But yeah, we'll see where things go, guys. Tonight we'll be trying some more stuff out. See where things go. We have to go and test out the robots. Or anything. Yeah, I think we'll maybe try the Diligence. Most all the guns that we've already walked through, I'm interested in trying. We already have. I want to try the Exploding Crossbow as well as maybe the Diligence. I expect is going to be shit, but we'll give it a shot anyways. And then we'll give the Exploding Crossbow a try too. Otherwise, I think we've tested most everything I wanted to or tried it out. Not tested, but tried it out and found it whether or not it's good or not. We haven't tried this. I expect it's not really that great though. I think it's just a direct copy of the Incendiary, only it just explodes. I don't know, there might be something to that. Okay, either way, guys, we're going to call things here for this morning, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Friday morning and afternoon. Have a good day, guys.